Welcome, everybody, to the Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America and, of course, PCA Club Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. Got Josh Ashby joining us here this weekend as well, and we've got 3 days, or maybe 2.5 days, of racing action for you here. Porsche Club of America racing action here at the Glen. But before you can race, of course, you've got to qualify. We've got 3 qualifying sessions on tap for you here in the near term, and then we'll take a little break, and we'll have 3 sprint races for you this afternoon. First up is our blue group. These are primarily our vintage race cars, but we have a number of modern cars as well, including the ever-popular Spec Boxster class. But before we start talking about that, as these drivers now are heading out for this very first qualifying session, want to wish a good day and a good afternoon to Brian Donati.
I'm doing fantastic, Greg. It's great to be up here at Watkins Glen. I got to tell you, though, looking at our screen right now, this is qualifying. I'm not sure they're aware of that. And this looks like an actual race going on right now. This is a group that is a very large group. We still have cars coming off the grid that haven't even made it onto the racetrack, and we're already starting to see drivers heading down in towards the boot as well. So this is a group you want to get spread out, and they're just not doing it, Greg. They're trying to get everything they can as quickly as they can.
Yeah, well, indeed, of course, Brian, here, beautiful 3.5 mile 11-turn Watkins Glen International, and we are, as you can see, as our racers come down into the toe of the boot, using the section that has been a part of Watkins Glen International since the late 70s here, the boot section. And this is going to be approximately a 20-minute qualifying session. And so, yeah, we would expect that maybe on the outlap, these racers would be trying to maybe get some heat in the tires and give themselves maybe a little bit of a gap. But I think as they are coming up out of the heel of the boot and up towards that ever difficult turn 9, the only off-camber corner here at Watkins Glen International, they're going to be, I think, still fighting for position the first couple of laps here as they try to put in times that will set the grid for this afternoon's race. And this race group scheduled for their first of 3 races this weekend at 3:05 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, 68 cars have crossed the start-finish line on pit road to go out onto the racetrack right here. So, again, as you said, this group's got to get spread out. And, again, you got to get everything you can because you never know. Something may happen, and you end up not getting the lap that you need within that 20 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so we have, as we talked, we have a number of our vintage racers out here today. We've got our 911 Cup class, of which there were 12 drivers registered, and I've got time so far for 5 of them, and we'll start to look at that in just a few moments. The VO class, primarily also for early 70s 911s, the SP3 class as well, which is primarily made up of the 944s, the 968s, and I think we may have possibly at least one 924 mixed in there. No, indeed, not primarily. As I look at the order, Brian, all 944 S2s and 968s is one of those Spec Boxsters, though. Takes a little run through the grass there at the exit of the inner loop, otherwise known as the bus stop.
Yeah, you talk about that 911 Cup group there, Greg. I got a chance to talk to Lee Lasberg last night because we actually went to the same facility to check in for the evening for the weekend. So got to talk. He's very excited about being here this weekend. We're really looking forward to running this weekend. So let's keep an eye on Lee Lasberg this weekend and see whether or not he's going to be able to put down those lap times that him and his crew are actually pretty excited about.
Yeah, and I think that was Tamer Albaga in the number 165 Spec Boxster that we saw just a moment ago. Not going to let him just go and escape unnoticed here. And I'll tell you, Brian, this is not the fast way to set qualifying times. Going 3 wide through turn 9 here is one of our Spec Boxsters feels that he has a little bit of pace. Actually, one of our 944s a little bit off the pace there coming out of the pack. And I think we've got our first driver to come down the pit lane as well. But now, as we've got Now, 2 flying laps in the books for a number of our drivers. Let's take a look and see where we stand over in the 911 Cup class. And we still have a few drivers coming through. Rob Trollinger in the number 95 machine, setting a qualifying time of 2:11.555. That's 1.7 seconds up on Lee Lasberg, with Alex Farragut, who led the field after a single lap. Alex now in 3s. We've got a local caution here right at the top of the S's, and looking to see we likely have a car that is pulled off right to the side of the track. We'll try and get a number on that car here in just a moment if we can. Going back to 911 Cup, Donald Enger currently 4th fastest, Jason Nikic 5th fastest. And as we look a little bit further in, over in the SP1 class, which is where we've got some of our earlier 944s, Albert Salvador now with a half-second advantage over Bart Welty. Thomas Convolina, 3rd fastest. Over in the VO class, again for those very early 70s 911s, Chris Musante just set the fastest lap of anyone on the track. He just gave us a 2:09.96, so just under 2 minutes 10 seconds. He is 5 seconds up on Jared Jacobs and the rest of the VO field. And then over in SP3, Carl Potel leads Ken Agna and Rob Branthover by almost 1.2 seconds. So again, kind of early on. We've still got a lot of time in this qualifying session, Brian.
Look, Greg, one of the big challenges these drivers are facing, you said still early on, still be able to go out and get that lap. What's really happening is a lot of the cars that came off at the end of pit lane just really getting that lap in. The cars that were at the beginning of the field going out, now they're back into that lap traffic. Again, 68 cars were scheduled to go out and take a lap. 65 of them have completed a lap right now. That is a plethora of cars out here on this racetrack in order to get a nice, good, clean lap. We've seen this time and time again here.
All right, as we look a little bit deeper into the field, Brian, over in Spec Boxster, where we have now had 25 of the 27 racers set qualifying times, Noah Mazzola leads the field by a second over Rob Walker. An interesting note that Walker was off at Spa-Francorchamps just last weekend, running the 25 hours of Spa, and he was running, had to be in a rear-wheel drive German machine, of course, Brian, as he ran one of the Beetle Fun Cups over there, which is somewhat like an SCCA GT3 type car. Lots of fun, though. As we are now getting word, and we can see here from looking at the corner station we just had the outer loop, Brian, and here up at the top of the hill, our racers have received a black flag, and that means that they will be pitting in when they come out of the final corner out of turn 11, as the emergency services teams at Watkins Glen work to remove that disabled car up through the S's.
Well, you know, you talk about Robin running in that Beetle Fun Cup. He should be used to running in cars that are 60, 70 wide, because that's how many they had.
That's right.
Last weekend, I believe, was about 65, maybe even 110, I think the number was. I'm getting word on that. 110 cars. He's used to driving in this traffic. This is nothing for him.
No, not at all. All right, sounds like it was the 521 car, Brian. Let's see if we can verify that. That had the challenges up there, and I'm looking to see who 521 might be. That's Del Rey, exactly, yeah. In his 1979 911 SC. Running Del is running in the 911 Cup class, and there he is. He's now back underway. So whatever was ailing that car, looks like he's actually been able to get it not only going, but going at a pretty decent clip. And so hopefully we'll be sending the rest of the field back out on track to complete this qualifying session, as we are about 10 minutes in. So why don't we do this, Brian? Because, of course, all these racers, they're going to have to do another outlap. Why don't we take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors. Of course, our very first qualifying session of the day is sponsored by 360 Consulting. And and Essex Parts. And so we want to, of course, thank them. But now it's time to thank some of our other partners, and we'll be right back.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. It's the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Josh Ashby. And Brian, we got a little bit more information on Del Al Rey's challenges there as he came up through the S's. Sounds like the car spun, and he was actually facing and watching everybody come up the hill right at him there for a little while. And since we've got so many cars on track, there was no easy way for him to get the thing turned around, except for what they went and did and black flagged the group. But we have the drivers out on course now for what is essentially an out lap. They're going to try to get some heat back in the tires. Maybe they'll do a little bit better job of creating some gaps, and at least at the front of the field, they certainly are doing that right now. And and there's also I think the possibility that with those first couple of laps, Brian, that maybe these racers, they're positioned a little bit better and maybe more towards running near and close to cars with very similar lap times, so that you don't have those real fast cars trying to go through much slower traffic to start off the session.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not sure how they gridded them up when they got up there, but you're right. Now that we've got a couple laps and a couple minutes in, you get the cars that are faster that'll move forward, get in with pretty much the cars within your group, and now you're going to run those lap times. Hopefully we don't do that 3 wide, 4 wide, especially coming out of turn 9 and turn 10. You definitely don't want to be 3 and 4 wide there, as Del Al Rey looks like he's getting ready to go back out on the racetrack now, Greg. So again, he's gonna rejoin this qualifying field. But yeah, you definitely want to be able to give yourself some space, because again, it's qualifying. It's what positions you of where you're going to start later on. You don't want to be bottlenecked up and racing somebody who's not in your group, where you're only going to get slower and go backwards.
Oh my gosh. All right. So as they are back out, Brian, I think this is probably a pretty good time. Let's make a call to the grid for our next qualifying group, if we may. Hold your ears. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Yellow group, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Yellow group racers, please head to the grid. All right. So Brian, I wanted to check in here as we're looking at some of our racers on track. One of them right now, and he's running 8th in, again, what is a very competitive 911 Cup field this weekend. We've got Justin Crom, who comes down to us from Southington, Connecticut. So this is, I think Lime Rock is probably his home track, and you probably saw him there just a few weeks ago. But he's representing our hosts, the Connecticut Valley region of the PCA, in his 911, and this is still just his very first year racing. So give the man a little bit of grace. It says he got into it because his wife wouldn't let him get a pilot's license, so he bought a Porsche instead.
Well, not only did he do well at Lime Rock, he ended up winning.
Really?
In one of them. Ended up, there was a kerfuffle, we'll like to say, at the end of one of the races, and he ended up picking up the win, and that was his first ever win. So,
wow.
Yeah, congratulations, Justin Crom. Did very well there at Lime Rock. So
yeah, and you'll see in his 911 light blue. I'd call it almost a baby blue with some gray and black flourishes as well, and the big whale tail spoiler in the back. Really nice vehicle here. So good to see him. He is currently just turned in his fastest lap of the session. Currently now up to 8th in that 12-car 911 Cup field.
yeah, some of our drivers, Greg, from in that 911 Cup class, some of our drivers that did very well at Lime Rock kind of struggle a little bit here on the larger track. Jason Nikic running in that blue in that 1984 911 did very well there, struggling a little bit now. Alex struggled at Lime Rock, doing very well in 5th right now overall. Del Rey, we just talked about him. He did not go back out. He went back to the paddock, back to the garage. He did not come back out, but he ran fantastic races all day on Saturday and even on Friday afternoon there at Lime Rock. Again, early on struggling with that spin and then now going back. So going to be a tough road to come back from, again, with this large field, and then you get mixed in with cars that are not in your group.
All right, and I want to see if I could pick him out here. Good run so far. Tomasz Konvalina running in his SP1 944. That's the purple with green car. He calls it the hippie car, Brian. And he's been a PCA member for 28 years. Yeah, I think, let's see here. No, I thought that might have been him coming out of, yeah, there he is, coming into turn 11 right now. There's
right
the hippie
Yep.
car,
Yep.
the purple and green machine. And he has been racing now for 35 years, been a Porsche Club of America member for 28. We'll see how he continues to do. He, just as he comes across the line, Brian, just reset his personal best of the session. It's good for 3rd in SP1 behind Bart Welty and Albert Salvador. Pretty close running there, as he's only about 2.5 seconds back from Salvador in the blue 56.
Yeah, look for him to move up in that, as you call it, or as he calls it, the hippie car. It's the hippie car, and I watched it when he came by the start-finish line here, looking out that window, and I tell you what, it's a hippie car. It's got,
I feel like I look at it and I feel like I've been smoking something. So there you go, Brian.
Got dizzy there when I got the munchies when I watched him come by the start finish.
Well, I've had the munchies all day, but I know exactly where you're going there. Exactly. All right, so yeah, you might want to close the doors to the press center there up at the Glen. All right, there he is. He comes around through the outer loop. This is going to be the final lap for these racers as the checkered flag is now in the air. Of course, all these flying laps will count. So, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our yellow group racers. Please head to the grid. Yellow Group racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And there's the blue Porsche 911 that we were talking about just a few moments ago. Just went by here, and we've still got drivers, Brian, right in the middle of corners making passes here. Probably not the way to set their fastest lap times, but I guess you got to get things done, especially when you know and when the crews told you over the radios that you're working your very last lap. Again, our first race of the day and the weekend will be for this blue race group. They'll be on track this afternoon, 3:05 p.m. Eastern time. That is the scheduled start as our racers now start to make their way down the pit lane, including there looks like Ken Agna going down onto the pit lane and racers following around as well. Now, I'm wondering, Brian, if maybe these drivers had started their final lap, or what we thought was the final lap, that they started this lap prior to the green flag coming out, as a number of racers here are taking yet one more. But they will have then seen the checker, and so they'll be off the pace.
Yeah, I think some of them did. I think some of them got the checkered there, and still get that last flying lap to get in. I can tell you Ken Agnall came down pit road, as well as a number of other cars have come down. So they've already taken that checkered flag as well. So drivers are now starting to come through there.
Yeah, indeed. All right. So all of these drivers now have seen the checker. So let's take a look. We'll break things down here by class. And my gosh, we had a lot of them out here. In the F class, Stu Jenkins, our sole driver in the class, in his 2000 Boxster S, turned in a 2:19.573. Dwayne Moses, in his 911 Cup 1987 Carrera, is your pole sitter for the class. Beat out Eric Olosevic and Rob Trollinger by about 0.7 of a second. Donald Enger was fourth fastest. Over in the H class, it was just Terrence Judge. He turned in a 2:14.7. Mark Wiening, our sole racer in the E class, in a 1982 911 SC. Over in SP1, Bart Welty, in his Porsche 944, had 33, Brian, 1,000ths of a second to give over Albert Salvador. That's the gap. That's the difference between your pole sitter in SP1 and the person who's starting second in class. Mark Walters was another 2 seconds back from there. Over in the VO class for those early 911s, Chris Musante with a 2:06.17 was over 4 seconds up on Jared Jacobs and the rest of the field. In SP3, Greg Rochik, in his Porsche 944 S2, had 4700ths of a second on Carl Podol, with Ken Agna another 1.2 seconds back from there. That's going to be a great race, though. As I look through the field, we've got a couple drivers here within a couple of hundredths of a second of one another. 10-car field should be great. In VGTO, Charles Mayer with 2 seconds on the rest of the field. And over in Spec Boxster, I guess driving a Fun Cup car is similar to driving a Boxster. Rob Walker, your pole sitter, with 1.1 seconds on Logan Stanko, with Noah Mazzola and Sean O'Brien third and fourth fastest. That one, O'Brien, is 27 cars deep, with only 10 seconds separating the entire class. That's going to be great. And over finally in SP2, Paul Nito with 2.5 seconds on Luke Richard and the rest of the class. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more qualifying action here from Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Clash at the Glen. Stay with us.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an Anejo and a Cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
It's the Clash at the Glen here in the Finger Lakes region of New York. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and got Josh Ashby here spotting for us as well. And Brian, our next group heading out for qualifying here, we saw the Spec Boxsters. Here we've got the GTB1s, we've got GTD3, we've got a lot of our GT classes, but we also have the Spec Caymans, which is kind of the sister class to Spec Boxster, as they are now out on track. And as we saw there, as we were coming in, Brian, this is going to get very challenging, especially now as we watch them all coming into the bus stop. As we had the first cars that left the grid to start qualifying complete their out lap and start their first flying laps while drivers were still coming off the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, the first cars that went out, they were coming by the start-finish line, when, just as you say, Greg, when the last car came off the grid.
Yeah.
You thought we had 68 cars were pretty much going out in the first group. We got 69 of them going out in this group, scheduled to go out. And you can see right here, Greg, I'm not sure they understand this is qualifying.
Well, some of them are on their. Some of those cars are on their outlap, Brian. They understand it very well. The other ones, they ran into this whether they wanted to or not, as they're trying to actually put in times. So I wouldn't blame any of them. I think they know exactly what's going on, and it's a mess.
I tell you what, that shot coming up out of the boot, I tell you what, that almost looked like a video game going up.
Yeah.
That they're sitting in iRacing just putting everybody together all in one. But you're right, Greg.
Yeah.
Most of them were already completing the lap, coming down, and some of them were on their outlap. So again, that's where the bottleneck comes. Is you've got some that are got a little bit more heat in the tires and in the brakes than the others do with them coming out. And so what ends up happening is you end up running on top of each other.
Or through corners side by side, which is certainly not the fast way to do it here, as we've got at least one driver now coming down the pit lane. Looks like he's having some problems with his car. He's going to pull it in. I don't think that was Andrew Murphy. No, definitely not Andrew Murphy. We'll try and get the number on that car that just came down. But let's, as we now have at least one flying lap in the books, it was the number 13 car that we just saw come down the pit lane. And so we'll see. That's Al Copeland. We'll see if he can get that car back out, as there's still about 15 to 20 minutes remaining here in the qualifying session.
Well, Greg, right. I think he went down just to kind of give himself a break.
Yeah, and some space.
But I have some news for him. He's not going to get any space because they're starting to spread out a little bit here and there as they go. So it's going to be tough to find that, as we've got a couple other cars doing the same thing.
Yeah, and they're likely coming down the pit lane so that they can find a gap in traffic. And there are going to be a couple of spots, just not many here for them. And I think it's going to be a challenge one way or the other. All right, so as we've got one flying lap in the books, let's take a look at the GTD3 class, which is made primarily of the newer 718 Caymans, the GT4 RS Club Sports. Rob Trollinger with a 205.5. That is 12/100ths of a second clear of Steve Lessman and Chris Karras, with Kevin Sear fourth fastest. That is a 20-car field, Brian. Over in GTD2, Dennis LaRue in his GT4 Club Sport, slightly older chassis. It's a 2020 chassis. He's got 4/10ths on Arthur Soltis and David Wells. In Spec Cayman, Waleed Shahadi with a little bit less than 3 seconds right now on Matt DiStefano and Jason Nupp. Now, I think they came out a little bit further back in the pack. Yeah. And so they are probably getting some of those faster club sports coming through.
Yeah, they're going to start getting mixed up into that traffic. So we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to work themselves through that.
All right, as drivers now making their way, and there's so much that I love at this racetrack, Brian. One of for qualifying, I mean, it's certainly a great qualifying track, as we've got one of our cars off at the inner loop. Now, typically the house rules say that if you miss the turn in for the bus stop, you do have to bring the car to a complete stop. We'll try and get the car number on that one here in just a few moments if we can. But where they are currently, that's it's probably the best place to be if you're not going to be on the racing surface, Brian, because it allows traffic to go by. But point I was going to make here is Watkins Glen. It is a wonderful track to try to set fast laps are, and I think that may have been the 47 car that was over there. But the thing is, Brian, here, because almost every single corner has lots of camber to it, it kind of sucks the car in. It really wants to make you a faster driver. It basically begs you to feed in more throttle and pick up more speed. Of course, the only counter to that is coming into this corner right here, coming into turn 9, which you just have to wait and turn in late, and then it's off camber, and you're just praying that you don't hit the wall over there on drivers. Right? Yeah, don't do that. But that's great for qualifying, but for racing, it's so difficult because you don't have, those traditional threshold braking corners, where you're trying to outbrake somebody and then beat them out. What you really have to rely on is racecraft and watching and waiting for whoever you're racing against, essentially to make a mistake and not carry that exit speed out of a corner.
Well, it's just as you said, you're having to wait on the car so much. And if you start to race there, that is what really helps you get through, the little short shoot there and then come through 10 and then 11 and then down by the finish line. So looks like that one car gone off there. A lot of guys seeing the dust, trying to go really wide. They can't see through there. I don't think there's a car there
the car
anymore.
went through. They just ended up taking a lot of dust and dirt along with them, Brian.
Yeah, so... But as I was saying, you really have to wait so much on the car, and that is a troubling point that we've seen at this racetrack for so many years.
All right, let's take a quick replay. There we go. And quick replay there again, just a run through the dirt and a ton of dirt and what have you. And it was interesting there, Brian, to watch with the following cars. It's like they had their Days of Thunder moment, Just aim for the not aim for the smoke, but aim for the dirt and drive right through. But a lot of the drivers ended up really checking up there because they just didn't have a good sight line out of the bus stop.
Yeah.
All right, a little further back into the field here. Steve Garrison, currently your provisional pole sitter in the GT3 class, got 2 seconds over Charles Liu and Bernard Lachance, and actually now Garrett Krieger goes to the top of the leaderboard in GT3. And Krieger, who's in a 2019 GT4 Club Sport NCAA hockey player, Brian, when he's not behind the wheel of his Porsche. And he is, I think this is his first or second year racing now. Here in PCA club racing. He's been a PCA member for 6 years. I think probably since, if he's still in college playing hockey, I guess he was a PCA member when he was like 12.
Maybe the rules have changed. The rules weren't the same as they were back then. Was able to do it. So yeah.
And a matter of fact, I think that's him coming out of turn 9 right now, Brian. Dark green GT4 Club Sport that is called the Grinch. And it actually has no, there it is. It just came through. Yeah, through turn 11.
Just came through the shot.
And the Grinch actually has. You can't forget that it's the Grinch because he's got it on the doors there. Yeah. And I don't know if that was a promotion from the original movie, and who knows? But currently running very well, and he's got now 5.6 seconds on Steve Garrison and Charles Liu as he came across the line and turned in a 2:324.
That's a pretty quick lap, especially when you've got as much traffic as you have out here right now. That's getting through the traffic quite a bit.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Brian, I think he is one of our fastest drivers on track right now. There are a couple drivers at the moment that are a little bit faster. Al Copeland, who leads the GTD3 class in his GT4 RS Cayman, that he is now down to a 156.974. And we've got Steve Lessman and Kevin Sear all in GTD3, and Rami Farid, as well. And they are all in the 156s and 157s, and we now have some of those GTD3 racers, some more of them coming across the line. I said Rami Farid was like 4th fastest. He now is 8th fastest in the session as Kurt Fasikas, Griff Asplund, Nicholas Giguère, Kevin Sear, Chris Dooley all have now eclipsed him, but they're all in the low to mid 57s.
Well, we've got a lot of cars coming down pit road, and so that's opening up the gap. And so I think you're going to see here with 12 and a half minutes gone in this qualifying time. I think this is where the cars are going to start to be their fastest at this point. Because it is starting to spread out a little bit more. This is what qualifying is all about right here.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. All right, so a couple other classes over in the G class. Michael Gershon, he has 11 one-thousandths of a second to spare. He's got a 209.775. Jordan Simon at 209.786. Doug Crossman, David Nissenbaum, they're in shouting distance as well. Crossman less than a half second, actually closer to 0.4 of a second behind that pair, and that will be a great race to watch in a 6-car field. And of course, this group, our yellow race group, they're going to be on track for their first of 3 races this weekend, this afternoon. 3:45 p.m. So, Brian, we are just about halfway through this qualifying session. Of course, want to thank our sponsors for this qualifying session, both Pirelli and Speed Sport. And now we mentioned them. We're going to mention some of our other partners, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us. Come PCA Club Racing at Golden Gate Region's Kahuna at Laguna with host POC. This event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be held July 31st to August 2nd, and they'll be practice and qualifying on Friday with 3 sprint races held over Saturday and Sunday. PCA Club Racing license candidates are welcome. In addition to racing, there'll be a license school which will include the practice and qualifying sessions which are required for all rookie license candidates. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the West Coast Series as well as the PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Sign up today at clubregistration.net.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
At Daniel Jacobs Garage, they're passionate about servicing European car brands like Porsche. They combine dealership-level expertise and precision with the friendly, personalized service and competitive pricing of a local independent garage. Whether you drive a 911, Cayenne, or any other Porsche, their skilled technicians are dedicated to keeping your vehicle performing at its best while providing a welcoming, hassle-free experience right in Southbury, Connecticut. To keep your vehicle running smoothly and reliably, trust Daniel Jacobs Garage for expert Porsche service that delivers both quality and value without the dealership wait or cost. Visit their website today at danieljacobsct.com.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Clash at the Glen, and we are deep here in the midst of qualifying presented by Pirelli and Speed Sport Tuning. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and Brian, let's take a look at some of these other drivers and other classes. We talked earlier about GTD3, which are the fastest of the cars that we have in this race group, made up primarily of the newest GT4 RS Cayman Club Sports, the 718 chassis. And Jordan Bortolotti has now gone to the top of the leaderboard. He is the fastest driver on track, and he is clocked in, Brian, at just below 1 minute 56 seconds. He's the first driver this weekend to get into the 55s.
I'll tell you what, he's got that car on rails right now. And again, we saw a lot of cars during the break come down the pit lane. So we talked about the gap that was there before as the checkered flag now flies out on this qualifying session. But Greg, it has really opened up this track, and Bortolotti sets it on lap 7, which is the last lap that he ran just before he took the checkered flag. So you can see now that when you get that clear open track here and you get that clean air, these cars will start to pick up speed. It's going to be an interesting race this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed it will. As I think we'd see Frank LaPre coming through and out of the bus stop. What we want to do, we want to check in with Spec Cayman here, because Matt DiStefano in the camouflage number 93, Brian, he just put himself on provisional pole. And I think as he comes across the line, we'll see. I think he may still be on track here. He's only showing that he completed 5 laps, so he may have pitted in already.
He came in already. Yep.
Yeah. So DiStefano with 51 one-thousandths of a second on Waleed Shahadi. Shahadi, who had spent the first half or so of the qualifying session on the provisional pole there, and so less than 1/10 of a second separating them. Dominic Belvedere, 3rd fastest. Yuri Marasinov, 4th fastest. Over in ME1, Gene Raimondi with 3 seconds on the rest of the field, with Frank Osborne and Christopher Fahey also in the class. Garrett Krieger, the fastest of our GT3 class cars. He's got 6 seconds on the field, Brian. But I'll tell you, Steve Garrison and Bernard Lachance, who are currently running 2nd and 3rd, they are only separated by 7/10 of a second. Over in GDD2, Rocco Canada with 2.5 seconds on David Wells and Arthur Solstice, but Solstice and Wells only separated by 8/100ths of a second. So there is a lot of opportunity there. In GTD3, we talked about Bortolotti getting the fastest lap time. I want to drop a little bit, look a little bit closer, Brian, into this field where there are only about 5 seconds separating the top 15 drivers. But Nicholas Jaguar and Griffiths Splund, currently 5th and 6th fastest. They are separated by 22 one-thousandths of a second. Okay, but if you look a little bit further up, Kurt Fasikis and Kevin Sear, 3rd and 4th fastest, separated by 2 one-thousandths of a second. Brian,
that is less than a piece of paper.
Yeah, over 3.5 miles.
Correct. Like that's the thickness of a credit card difference.
Indeed. All right. So over in the G class, Michael Gershon with 0.5 second over Jordan Simon and Doug Crossman. And then over in GTB1, Angus Rogers and his Porsche Cayman with about 1 second on Eric Liu, Ken Pryor, and Hadley Boss Fisher. All right. That's going to wrap things up for our second of 3 qualifying sessions here today. We got one more left, and it's the big boys. Brian, let's make a quick call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, red group drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in just a moment. Red group drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so again, you'll be able to see our yellow group racing this afternoon, scheduled to roll off at 3:45 p.m. But next up, it's our final qualifying session of the afternoon. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing. Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America and PCA Club Racing. I'm Greg. He's Brian. We got Josh there somewhere spotting for us. And Brian, it's our final qualifying session of the afternoon. And these are the big boys. These are the Cup cars primarily. We have this is the third event weekend of 4 scheduled this year for Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama. We've got the STC and STG classes, and we'll talk a little bit more about Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA here in just a few moments. But once again, racers trying to find some space on track. This session, it's a little bit less, less. I would say not confusing. It's all confusing, Brian, but
Yes.
a little bit less populated. Only 50 racers
Yeah,
scheduled to go out
only
for this
50,
final
which means,
session.
well, I was going to say, which means we have maybe 100 yards of open space track
Yeah.
than we did in the 60s in that other group. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
exactly.
You're right, Greg. This is the group that you're going to see it get done. This is the group that you're going to see put down the laps. You're going to see drivers that are used to being kind of up front that may end up getting shuffled back because of this lack of space in certain areas. So.
Yeah, and we're going to see, I mean, it's not only the newest GT3 Cup cars like the 991.2s and the 992.1s, Brian. We've got Cup cars going back the last 10 years or thereabouts, maybe some that are a little bit older than that. As I'm looking back through the field, I think we've got, I know we've got David Dunnigan in his 2014 991.1, and I'm looking to see if, how far back we go. I think we've got a couple of 997 and 996 Cup cars out here as well. So first flying lap now in the books as our racers, actually the out lap is complete. They're working their first flying lap now and trying to find some space to the front, to the back, and apparently to the sides as well here. And we'll check some of these times now. Some of the classes I'm definitely interested in, Brian, this weekend. For some of our early 2020s Cup cars, GTC 8. We've got Bella Stanko, who has been so strong over the past number of years. Topher Everett as well. And we may get some in-car video this weekend from Topher Everett, hopefully. Earl Tucker the fourth. And this is the first time I've seen Earl racing with us here in PCA Club Racing. I believe it may be the same Earl Tucker that I actually raced with a number of years ago in another organization. So we'll check there. But
he raced. Sorry, Greg. He raced at Lime Rock.
At Lime Rock.
Was dominant. I mean, he dominated this group at Lime Rock by not just tenths of a second. He dominated by double-digit seconds. Going through that. So Earl Tucker definitely had that GT3 Cup car on the rails at Lime Rock.
All right, over in, as we're talking about the Sprint Trophy PCA, we've got in the STG class, which is made up for, again, the 992.1 and 991.2 Cup cars. Joel Johnson, currently your fastest driver, Musafar Gafarov, David Williams there as well. Michael Levitas, who we know quite well. Matthew Siegel as well. Actually, it looks like Matthew Siegel may not have brought his car out for qualifying. And let's take a look over at the sister class over in STC. We have three drivers here this weekend: Doug Lawson, Connor Hare, and Peter Habestead, the STC class for the current 718 GT4 RS Club Sports. Now, Brian, of course, we saw a number of the 718 Club Sports in the last qualifying session. And, what really separates the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama from some of our other classes is that it is a very tightly controlled spec class that these racers, they are on, in many cases, on the same brake pads, on the same, totally same suspension setup as these cars are being delivered from the factory. They are also being provided with Porsche Motorsport North America support, and it's really meant to be part of a ladder series with this being a pathway towards Porsche Sprint Challenge Pro Series, and of course beyond from there. And these cars can be used in Porsche Sprint Challenge as well.
Yeah, there is a host of differences, Greg, and this is where that upper echelon is bringing that up, and you'll see that most definitely in this group as well. Because we're starting to get some of these drivers here, Greg. That, we talked about it earlier on, where starting to be side by side and everything else. Although in this group here, it seems there's a lot more give and take, and they're letting the other driver go ahead and make that pass, and then work at it out of the corners. You see here a couple cars here trying to go side by side in. That driver backed out of it just enough just to let them go through. The good thing about these, Greg, is these Cup cars here, this is where they have the lights, and they seem to flash the lights a lot more in this group, as you just saw coming through that camera shot there. That was not a deceiving part of the stream. That was them flashing the lights, explaining that, hey, I'm a little faster, you need to move out of the way.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, with these Cup cars primarily based on the different 911 chassis, quite a bit of aerodynamic downforce generated, and that is perfect. We talked in the last session about how important it is to be able to get exit speed off of corners, and how this track really promotes the quest for additional speed. As one driver ran a little bit wide there and perhaps would not find the ultimate speed on this particular lap. But you the aero help that these race cars are giving you really push you towards that, and it makes for some wonderful racing in these cars, and definitely looking forward to it. Let's check in with some of our classes now. Over in GTC 8, Bella Stanko with a qualifying time of 150.3. That is 0.3 up on Topher Everett and Earl Tucker. And I did get word that we likely will not have in-car video from Topher Everett this weekend. Joel Johnson in the STG class, currently your fastest driver. He's got 0.2 on Musfar Gaforov and Griffin Fuji as well. And that is, again, a 10-car field. And indeed, Matthew Siegel still has not brought his car out for qualifying. Over in GTA 3, Bob Mueller currently with 4.5 seconds on the rest of the field. Corey Friedman in the 014, Brian, and we've seen such great racing before between Bob Mueller and Corey Friedman. Friedman brought his car down the pit lane on the outlap, and so we'll see if he can get that car back out on track. GTC 6, it's Jeff Smith with a 1.5 seconds over Dave Dunnigan and Kerry Brown. In GTC 7, great to see our current fast driver out here, Ann Doherty. I've had the pleasure of watching Ann race with another organization over the years, and I know she has been aiming for a pro ride, and currently has 0.6 on Aubrey Bout and Robert Wyson in that GTC 7 class. Over in GTA 4, Renee Robichaux with 5.5 seconds on Cliff Kayers. We've got two drivers, Brian. They came into the bus stop together, side by side. It was like almost like synchronized swimming there for Brian. Yeah, there we go. Thanks for the replay, Dustin.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, maybe they're looking for the beauty shot there. Is it didn't look like either one of them had blown the braking zone going into the bus stop. They just slowly came to a nice complete stop, and now they're back underway.
Yep. That's one of those, if you start to, you get involved with, you're thinking about making a pass, but in this case, it just seemed that both of them just went right in there, so.
All right, so Brian, as we are just about halfway through our final qualifying session of the day, this qualifying session brought to you by Yokohama and HQ Racing. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here. It's our last qualifying session. Stay with us.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping their customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on track. Decades of on-track experience proves purpose-designed track-use tires are the single most important vehicle component that influence driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Visit TrackDayTire.com so they can provide you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry. TrackDay Tire is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use code PCACR for a discount at checkout.
Welcome back. It is the Clash at the Glen. It is also our final qualifying session of the afternoon. Of course, our red group here, the big boys, they're going to be heading out to the track one more time this afternoon. They're going to have their first of 3 races this weekend starting at 4:25 p.m. Eastern time today. And when we wrap things up with qualifying, we're going to take a quick break, but then it is 3 sprint races. It's a weekend full of racing here at Watkins Glen. Let's take a look and see where we stand over in STG in the sprint trophy class. Joel Johnson still with a bit of an advantage now over Musafar Gafarov, 28/100ths of a second. Griffin Fuji, third fastest. Eric Benedict, fourth in the 10-car field. Over in STG, for our Caymans, it is probably STC for the Caymans. It's Connor Hare now to the top of the board with a 156.3. He's got 2.5 seconds on Peter Habestad, who just turned in his fastest lap of the session. Doug Lawson, third fastest. Over in GTC 8, Bella Stenko with 65/100ths of a second over Topher Everett. If we move down a little bit, Bob Mueller in GTA 3 with 5.6 seconds over Shannon Hereford. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith with a 1.5 over David Dunnigan. In GTC 7 now, Robert Wyson has displaced Ann Doherty as your provisional pole sitter, turning in a time of a 155 flat. He is 3/4 of a second up on Doherty and Arbery Bout. Over in GTA 4, Renee Robichaux with almost 5 seconds, 4.7 seconds over Cliff Kayer, with Kevin O'Connell third fastest. In GT1, Michael Stach with 2.6 seconds over Steve Parker. And in GTC3, Joe Doria in his 996 Cup car, he has 1.4 seconds on John Bauer.
Tell you what, you talk about Robert Wyson overtaking Ann Doherty. I tell you what, he got a little bit of a draft coming out of the last couple of turns, which I think helped propel him to get to that 0.7 of a second, in that GTC 7. So good run to sticking behind there, get out of turn number 9. That much better and able to get a little bit of that draft coming down the front stretch.
All right, and so Brian, got a little bit more information. I was talking about what really separates the sprint trophy classes from some of the other Porsche Club of America club racing classes like Spec Cayman and Spec Boxster. And, there are a couple of very specific items. First off, the engines and transmissions are sealed when they come from the factory, and they've got specific specs for spring rates, as I mentioned, the brake compounds, brake pad compounds, as well as even going to ride height as well. And so they want to ensure that these cars are as close to one another as possible, and so that it all comes down to the driver. And so we are seeing that in those two classes right now. In the STG class for the 991.2 and the 992.1 Cup cars, Joel Johnson with now 28/100ths of a second over Gafarov. Griffin Fuji only 14/100ths of a second back from there. Eric Benedict 0.2 off of that. I mean, it is so close that the top 5 drivers are all separated by a second and a half. And over in STC for the Caymans, not quite as tight though, but Connor Hare with about 2 seconds over Peter Habestad and Doug Lawson. As they came into the weekend here, Brian, I just wanted to pick up the point standings here. Currently, Joel Johnson is your points leader in the STG class. Matthew Siegel, who has been spending some time on the pit lane, only 2 points back, with Russell Farhang third in the points. Over in STC for the GT4 RS Club Sports, Connor Hare, currently your points leader with 40 points. He's 12 up on Peter Habestad with Doug Lawson third fastest.
Yeah, some of those drivers actually, when we were last at Lime Rock, as the checkered flag now has just now come out on this qualifying session for our red group, some of those drivers did make it to Lime Rock where some of them did not. And so what ended up happening is we had a great battle with the cars that were there, within that group, especially in that STG, where you had Joel Johnson, you had Griffin Fuji in there as well, along with Russell Farhang. And then you talked about in that STC, Connor Hare, Peter Habestad, and Doug Lawson. Connor Hare and Peter Habestad kind of went, back and forth the entire weekend with both of those races that they had. So again, you're going to see those two drivers up top of the points. But I think this race this weekend, this is going to really start to separate them. As we have larger groups, they're going to get mixed in. That's where the points could end up chasing or expanding a little bit here and there amongst those groups.
Indeed, and Sprint Trophy is a 4-event series here this year, Brian. Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA 4-event series. We kicked off the season this winter at Sebring. Of course, just a few weeks ago, you covered the races at Lime Rock Park. Then this is the 3rd event here at the Clash at the Glen, and we're going to be wrapping up the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama season over Labor Day weekend at the National Park of Speed at Road America. As we are working now for some of our racers, I think lap number 8, as some of these racers now come across the line. And looking now, trying to make up for lost time. It looks like, Brian, who was that? Was that Bob Mueller? I think we just saw coming down into turn 1 there.
No, it wasn't Bob Mueller. I think he's already gone back behind the wall there. He only completed 6 laps. So
yeah, indeed. And so fastest driver on track here this afternoon, Rene Robichaux, who is going to lead the GTA 4 class and this entire field when they come to the grid for their race this afternoon, which is scheduled to start at 4:25 p.m. Of course, we'll have all that action for you. Let's take a look now with the checkered flag out and with our racers coming down onto the pit lane. And we will start with that particular class with GTA 4, Rene Robichaux with 4.7 seconds on Cliff Kayer and Rick Stafford. In GT1, Michael Stach will be your pole sitter. Joe Doria, your pole sitter in GTC3. Jean Audette was our sole racer today in GTC5 in his 997 chassis Cup car. That's a 2012 year model, and he turned in a 2:02.301. Kevin Roush in his 997 chassis Cup car. That's a 2005 model. Our sole racer in GTA 2. He had a 1:52.220 on his final lap. Over in GTC 7, Robert Wyson, 3/4 of a second on Andordi. Aubrey Bout, another quarter of a second back from there. Noam Eliyahu, our sole racer in GTC 4. He took his 2007 Cup car to a 2:05.7. Over in GTC 6, Jeff Smith with 1.5 seconds over David Dunnigan and Kerry Brown. in GTA 3, Bob Mueller, who was our second fastest driver on track in the session. He had a 149.98. My gosh, that is smoking fast. 5.6 seconds up on the rest of the field. And it looked like Corey Freeman, it looks like he was able to, before the session ended, Brian, he was able to get out and do one lap there, but definitely off the pace. Over in GTC 8, Belastenko with 0.6 of a second to give over Topher Everett and Earl Tucker, third fastest. Mark Smith was our sole racer in the GT2 class. He was in a Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, and he turned in a 2-minute .844. And if we move over to our Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama classes, STC class, that is for the 718 chassis Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. Connor Hare with 2.1 seconds to give over Peter Habestead and Doug Lawson. And then over in STG for our 991.2 and 992.1 Cup cars, Joel Johnson, 28 hundredths of a second separating he and Musfar Gafarov, with Griffin Fuji third fastest. Those drivers, they set those lap times, Brian, on their first flying laps.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, actually, it's not going to be a quick break. It's going to be a little bit longer break. We are going to be coming back for our first 3 sprint races of the weekend. We kick it all off with our blue group. That's going to be at 3:05 p.m., so only about 25 minutes from now. You don't want to go away. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday-Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
being able to understand vehicle dynamics. The car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide, or if you have to brake suddenly, or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 edition of the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. And Brian, it is time to go racing. So we now have our first group of the day, primarily made up of our vintage race cars, on track for their pace lap. And let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 16 VO class 1973 Porsche 911, it's Chris Musante. On the outside of the front row, he drives the number 37 911 Cup class 87 Carrera, it's Dwayne Moses. Second row is Charles Meyer. He's in the VGTO class, and he's driving a 1972 911. He'll start right alongside Jared Jacobs in a 1980 911 SC. Jared is in the VO class. Eric Olosevic is in the 911 Cup class. He's driving the number 725 911 SC. He's going to start alongside our SP3 pole sitter, Greg Rochick, who's in a 1991 944 S2. Rob Trollinger is in 911 Cup. He is going to start 7th today in the number 95 machine, while Carl Podol is in an SP3 class 944 S2. He's going to start 8th. Donald Enger in the number 50 Porsche 911, another one of our 911 Cup class cars, starts 9th alongside our spec Boxster pole sitter. That's Rob Walker. Rob's driving the number 171 Boxster. Then we've got Eugene Basha. He is going to start 11th today. He's in the number 23 911 Cup machine. And he's going to start alongside his 911 Cup competitor, Jason Nikic, who's in a 1984 chassis 911. Then we've got Jose Roque, who's in the VGTO class. He's in a 1986 Porsche 911. The 776 car starts lucky 13th. Lee Lasberg will start 14th in the number 201 911 Cup machine. That is a 1979 911 SC. Then we have next is Ken Agna. He's going to start 15th today. He's driving the appropriately numbered number 15 944 S2 in the SP3 class. And right alongside will be Logan Stanko in the number 120 Spec Boxster. He starts 16th, starting 17th in her 911 Cup car. The number 229 machine of Alex Farragut starts 17th, while Noah Mazzola in a Spec Boxster will start 18th in the number 5 machine. Next, we have Sean O'Brien in Spec Boxster in the number 441 machine, starting 19th. Paul Amico in the VO class, driving the number 12, 1971 911, will start 20th, starting 21st. Daniel Rubel, driving the 771 Spec Boxster, starts alongside Sam Halabi in the number 324 Spec Boxster. They start 21st and 22nd, respectively. Tamer Albega will start 23rd in the number 165 Spec Boxster. And then we've got Note Dos Santos, who is driving the number 0 911 Cup machine, starting 24th, starting 25th. In the number 152 VGTO 914-6, it's Donald Jacobs, while Jared Rodaver in his Spec Boxster, that's the number 0 machine, starts 26th, starting 27th. Our H-Class pole sitter driving a 1990 964 S2 is Terrence Judge, while we got Chris Taylor in the number 68 Spec Boxster, starting 28th, starting 29th. It's Justin Crom in the number 185 911 Cup class car, starting right alongside Mark Wiening, who is our E-Class pole sitter. Mark drives the number 7 1982 911 SC. Starting 31st, Rob Branthover in the number 71 Porsche 968. That's one of our SP3 class cars, with Hoyt Amadon starting 32nd in the number 83 Spec Boxster. And then we've got Ryan Farragut in the number 129 Spec Boxster, starting 33rd, starting 34th, in the number 19 Spec Boxster is Mark Stilson. As the pace car leads the field through turn 10, one more corner, the pace car now going to head to the pit lane, turning the field over to Chris Musante and Dwayne Moses for the start. As the starter now looks over the field, they come onto the front straight, and there you go, green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at the Clash. The Clash at the Glen as our racers make their run down towards turn 1. It's Chris Musante. He's got about 3/4 of a car length. He's going to stick to the inside. Can Charles Mayer follow him through as they go through turn 1? They are side by side, and Mayer goes through around Dwayne Moses. Moses now picking and taking a look to the inside as Charles Mayer now and Erica Losevic trying to shoot down the inside as our racers head up through the S's. Our second group, the Spec Boxsters now, they're going to take the green flag momentarily.
Tell you what, real quick before that happens there, Greg, Dwayne Moses, great move. Move him up to second place overall in that number 37 machine.
All right, if we jump back over towards toward the front straight now, we'll take a look at that Spec Boxster start. As the starter looks over the field, they're going to get the green flag. We know that, and there you go. Green flag in the air as they make the run down towards turn 1. And side by side, great racing action here in Spec Boxster with Noah Mazzola, Logan Stanko, Sean O'Brien, Tamer Albaga, all battling it out for the lead in a 27-car Spec Boxster field. And Brian, at least through turn 1 through the 90, they all make it through safely.
Yeah, I tell you what, Logan Stanko in that number 120 machine. Great start there. Noah Mazzola going to drop back just a little bit further as they come up through there. But I tell you what, they started to go side by side, which allowed Sean O'Brien to get up into the fold. He ended up having to drop back just a little bit. He was not going to make that 3-wide position.
All right, as our racers now in our first group coming down into the heel of the boot and make the run up the hill. almost one lap in the books. These are scheduled for 30 minutes. They'll probably be a little bit less than that, but jumping out to a very early lead here is Chris Musante, our pole sitter, in the number 16, 1973 911, that dark blue machine, gorgeous machine here, as he is your leader after Group 1. Is the battle for the lead now in Spec Boxster going into the toe of the boot, Brian. 2x2 so far back in the field here as our pole sitter in Spec Boxster now tries to hold off Logan Stanko. Noah Mazzola there in the lead with Sean O'Brien very close behind Tamer Albaga as well.
I tell you what, Noah Mazzola had a great run at Lime Rock, Greg. He's taking that position as well here early on in this race. Those drivers still going 2x2. Looks like Logan Stanko's going to get able to get that out there right now, but that's bringing a lot of drivers. Tamer Albaga in there. Throw Daniel Rubel in there, who again at Lime Rock had a disastrous weekend. That car was a little bit crunched up. He's got it back up. Move him up into third place right now.
All right, and we're getting word now, Brian. Josh Ashby's been watching down on the pit lane. Jerome Welty in the number 39 machine, the number 39 Spec Boxster, didn't even make it to the green flag. He pulled the car onto the pit lane as his car appeared to have lost power coming out of the final corner. His race is now done, and with one lap in the books in Spec Boxster, Logan Stanko is your leader in the black 98 Boxster. And then we got Noah Mazzola in the white machine second, Sean O'Brien, Daniel Rubel, who's gotten around Tamer Albaga, and Hoyt Amadon is running in sixth. But Brian, we go and we'll take a look back here through the Spec Boxster field, and the first six cars all within about a second and a half of one another. So close here in this very large field.
Yeah, Logan Stanko, younger brother, I believe, of Bella Stanko as well here, had his good run as we talked about in Lime Rock. Again, starting to open it up just a little bit more, is opening up by about a second, almost a second and a half over Noah Mazzola and then Daniel Rubel as everybody else starts to get single file, Greg. And you've got to make sure that you can set yourself up in order to put yourself in the right position, because this is a group that's all about the draft.
All right, and so Mazzola, who is running second right now in that white with kind of red striped front nose there. He has been racing for about 4 years now, Brian. He's the club racing chair for the Northern New Jersey region, so we're certainly going to be seeing him in just a few weeks when Porsche Club of America goes to NJMP, New Jersey Motorsports Park. I'm sure he is definitely looking forward to that. And he got into PCA Club racing, well, because his dad raced in the 90s and the 2000s in a 914 chassis, and this was just the next best thing for him. But Mazzola now, he's got some time. He probably doesn't want to think about the past. He wants to think about what's in front of him, because he's got about 10 car lengths now he's got to pick up to get up to the back of the 37 of Dwayne Moses there at very tight, close racing with Jason, probably not Dwayne Moses. Let me restate that to Logan Stanko in the 120 machine ahead.
Yeah. Tell you what, really started to open it up as they come out of the last corner there and start to head down by the start-finish line. A good battle here now, as I talked about. That's this driver here, and that's Daniel Rubel falling all the way back into fourth position. He had moved up into third with Sean O'Brien battling. Now he's under heavy attack going down into turn number one by Tamer Albaga, and then Hoyt Amadon right there behind him as well. As we got, looks like that may be Ryan Farragut taking the long way around, coming out of turn number one, going past those rumble strips and trying to get back in the line.
Yeah, and Rubel, who hasn't been racing in PCA for all that long, only been racing road racing for 3 years, but he was a 5-time autocross champion for the Riesentoter at the Riesentoter region, Brian. And so, I love to say that, the really good autocrossers, they make great road racers. Really cruddy and horrible autocrossers, they only make average road racers like myself.
Great autocrossers, average road course racers.
Exactly.
Sounds like a T-shirt we should start making up, right?
Very, very much so. Story of my racing career. I tell everybody I got into road racing because, well, I was a horrible autocrosser, and there was no one else that would have me. So there you go. Is these racers over in PCA continue to stay so close there. And now if we look at it, I think all the way back, Brian, to I think 12th position, all within 2 seconds of one another. I mean, until you see that group a little bit further back, because we've got one of our 944s a little bit off the pace there, and I think that may be the 74 machine, possibly, Brian. I think, yeah. Matter of fact, I think that's William Johnson in the white 74, and I'm getting word. And there you go.
There it is. He's really getting out of the way there.
Yeah, it sounds like he might have had some contact possibly with another racer, and looks like it's done some damage there. But I'll tell you that is heads up driving as he backed that car up in order to be able to keep the not only turn 9 green and without a local caution, but here at Watkins Glen, I mean, it doesn't take much to bring out a full course caution. So good heads up driving there from Johnson.
Yeah, it looks like he may have something on the right front there. It looked like the right front may have been down when he was trying to get out of the way. And then, like you say, Greg, very smart to be able to back up and do it. We did have I believe that's the 125 there, Stephen Ryan maybe down on pit road that has come through as well. But yeah, definitely William Johnson, smart move, back up, get into that NASCAR, turn back there as much as you can in between right outside the bus stop that the NASCAR uses.
All right, with now about 9 minutes in the books, let's take a look at some of these classes. We might want to check in with our folks over in 911 Cup, and I'm a little surprised here, Brian, as Dwayne Moses in the blue number 37, he's now opened up, and he has just now come across the start-finish line to complete his 4th flying lap. He's got almost 7.5 seconds on Jason Nikic. Now, as we see here, there's Nikic. Actually, Nikic is in the blue car a little bit further back.
Just now coming out of turn number 1, headed up through there. But, you talked about that gap with Dwayne Moses. I'm not shocked Jason Nikic is under heavy fire from Donald Anger in that number 50. So while he's having to fend that, that's allowing Dwayne Moses in that 37 machine to pull away, from that entire group. So a lot of battle going on there.
Yeah, and he's got Lee Lasberg with him too. Remember, so they're in this group right here. Nikic is in the blue. Is the second car in the line here coming through the bus stop right behind him. Donald Anger in the white number 50. Lee Lasberg a little bit further back in that green number 201 machine. We'll see him. There he is. It's green. Right, it's like minty green.
Yeah, it is a green. It is a mint green.
Yes.
So, yeah, I talked about this during qualifying. I had a pleasure talking to Lee right when we checked in. Staying at the same facility. He was really excited about this weekend, coming here to Watkins Glen, and really looking forward to running the weekend. And it's starting to show right now as he is sitting in 4th in that 911 Cup.
All right, and and what this also means, Brian, is Eric Olosevic, who started second in 911 Cup. He started on the inside of row number 3. We've just gotten word that he's brought that car down the pit lane, and so it looks like his race may be run. And I think that's also why we're seeing such a huge advantage now for Dwayne Moses, who started on the front row of this race. We now have that big gap between what was, or basically goes now from Moses back to, I think the next driver in 911 Cup was Rob Trollinger, who started on the inside of row number 4. So big happenings there in 911 Cup.
Yeah, starting to get spread out, basically. And again, they're starting to run in with some of the other groups and some of the other cars in the classes. And so what's really happening is really starting to spread out. Eugene Basha a little bit further back in that number 23. He's about, another 8 seconds back behind Lee Lasberg. So there's a huge gap between most of those 911 Cups. Yeah. And Greg, we're not used to seeing that. We're used to seeing at least the front 4, front 5, front 6 cars all nose to tail, especially in the very first race of the weekend. These drivers tend to get right up to each other. They race the entire 30 minutes. It's not till we get to later the second race tomorrow, where we end up starting to see a little bit of that gap. So,
Hey, Greg, I'd like
real quick, let me jump in here. It looks like we're going to have a major change. We've got the 37, and I believe that was our overall leader in 911 of Dwayne Moses on the pit lane.
Yeah.
So looks like his day this afternoon is now done for this race one. As a matter of fact, that is true. He is making the right-hand turn and heading back to the paddock.
All right, so of course that is now going to change things up considerably here, Brian. Is now we've got that fight between Jason Nikic and Don Anger. That is that is your battle for the lead in 911 Cup. And we saw that one driver had an issue going into the bus stop, and I thought that was Nikic that had actually come to a stop in the center area there and then had continued. So we'll have to track that. I think we may see Donald Anger as your new leader in 911 Cup.
Yeah, well, we've got about 17 minutes left to go in this race, Greg, and we are going to a double yellow full course caution. So this is going to take all those battles that we had that we were just talking about, and that's going to bring everything closer together anyway at this. So we'll let that sort out. But I think you're right. I think Jason Nikic may have had an issue, and we could end up having a new leader in 911 Cup once this is all said and done.
All right, well, let's do this as we are under full course caution, and we're about halfway through this race. Brian, why don't we take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag, and we'll also reset the field in this Blue Group race presented by USRC and Toyo Tires. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo Tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen International. We are under full course caution with our first race of the weekend. This is our blue group, and they're going to be out again tomorrow morning for their second of 3 races this weekend at 10:30 a.m. So set your alarm clocks for 10:30 Eastern time. Actually, set it for like 10:25, and that way you'll make sure not to miss the action. Let's, Brian, let's go and set the field here as we are under caution. We got another lap at least under caution, and we'll start off with the VO class with our overall leader there in the dark blue number 16, 1973 at 911 of Chris Musante with Jared Jacobs in his 911. That's the yellow car, currently running second in class. Paul Amico in the green number 12 machine. He is running third. David Dean is running fourth. We'll move over to VGTO, where our second place runner overall is Charles Mayer in the white and red number 911, the 17 car, with Don Jacobs running second and Jose Roque running in third. Over in 911 Cup, and, you know, Brian, right before we went to break, of course, we had the big change there with first Eric Olosific retiring, then Dwayne Moses, our leader in the class, retiring. And then just before we went to break, Jason Nikic had braking issues going, and there's Nikic right there in the blue with yellow windshield banner. The number 27 car had some braking issues going into the bus stop, and he then went from the lead back to third. Don Enger now your leader with Lee Lasberg second. The Pink Pig of Eugene Basha is in fourth. Over in SP1, Bart Welty is your leader with Thomas Convalina second, Mark Walters third. And let's go and take a look at SP3, while Carl Poltel in the red 944, the number 411 machine, leads Greg Rocek in another red 944. That won't make things too difficult for either of us. Rob Brantover third. And now let's take a look at Spec Boxster. All 23 cars here in the field. Logan Stanko has led since the drop of the green flag. Sean O'Brien second, Noah Mazzola third, Tamer Albaga is running in fourth. And, once you get past Logan Stanko, he's got a number of cars on track between he and Sean O'Brien. O'Brien, I believe, has Mazzola, Albaga, Rubel, Amadon, Farragut, and Haas all directly behind. So that should be great when we go back to green flag racing. Over in SP2, Paul Nito leads Luke Richard and David Mann. And sounds like we are ready to go back to green flag racing here. Yep, indeed. Lights are out on the safety car, on the pace car. And coming onto the front straight, it is Chris Musante, followed by Charles Mayer. They're going to see the green flag, and we're back to racing here at Watkins Glen, Brian.
I tell you what, Greg, our pace car driver had to get off and get down pit lane as quickly as possible because Chris Musante got on the gas before we even got to just before turn number 9 coming up the hill there. And I tell you what, that pace car had to get everything it could to get down on pit lane because he was right on the back bumper. And I wasn't sure whether or not they were racing automatically together with both of them. So
I don't know, Brian. It's not like he was the pace car driver wasn't in like a Beetle Fun Cup or anything. Well, he had a little more power. Hey, let's look at this battle here coming up the hill side by side. I think that's Alex Farragut's in there, but I think we've got also the looking a little bit further. I think it's the VGTO class car a little bit further back. The number 12, the green 911. That we've got the two 911s coming up side by side, and I think one of them was Paul Amico there, and right alongside the Farragut machine as they came up through the S's. Finally got things worked out now as they go through the outer loop.
Tell you what, the battle right now, Greg, is in this Spec Boxster. I know you were picking that up. There's Tamer Albaga. I tell you what, him and Daniel Rubel, they were going to go side by side through the bus stop. They backed out of it, and that actually cost them. Now you've got Noah Mazzola just a little bit further up in right on the back bumper of Sean O'Brien in that 441. So while we had 3 or 4 cars in between our leader of Logan Stanko and Sean O'Brien, they made quick work of those 3 cars, and they ended up catching it. So we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to do it. We've got one car really, really slow, and that's in a bad spot.
Very bad
right there,
spot.
coming up through there.
All right, we'll see if we can get the number on that on that Boxster, Brian, as he comes out of the toe of the boot, but pulling off to the side there. It's still kind of an impact
like
zone there. If somebody goes into the toe kind of hot, they could actually run wide there, as we've got some contact as some of our 944s try to make their way through here. And actually, I think that might be a battle for position in class. I think that might be Rob Brantover. And is that Linder possibly right alongside the 71 and the 18, which I think was the battle for third in class? We'll try and verify that as well.
Yeah, we'll try to pick up and see who that was. But, yeah, a little bit of contact there coming up out of there. And I think that was just a basic cluster, Greg, where they were all trying to get around that slower car that was sitting up on top of the hill, and that just bottlenecked everybody up. Take a look at it. Everybody able to continue even though we had a little bit of contact. But I think you're right. That may have been that battle that you were talking about.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. All right, and we see here as they came up the hill, there's a long line of cars that are queuing up behind the number 12 911 of Paul Amico. Now, as they make the run, and there's Amico in the green with the white 911 as they come through. And I think he's got Terrence Judge right behind. He's got Mark Wiening and Jeff Wiggins as well. Here as we've got another one of our Boxsters with a little challenge there going into the bus stop, picking up a ton of dirt. We'll see if anybody makes the move there. We talked earlier, Brian, about racing at the Glen, and when there are no really hard braking corners here, and you have to rely on drivers just to get things wrong sometimes. And you find it more often than not coming out of the bus stop when drivers they don't get the entrance right. They lose exit speed going into the outer loop, and you end up seeing a lot of passes there as we've got drivers coming up on that local caution now at the toe of the boot with that driver parked all the way to the side. It looks like race control is going to be content to kind of leave it there, Brian.
Yeah, we're kind of getting down there. We got about 6 minutes left, and I think that, with that yellow, I think everybody, by looking at that last camera shot, everybody is taking it easy coming up the hill. They pretty much know now it's going to be there. It's been there for a lap, and it's not going to be moved. As we've got several cars. I think that may be Lawson Wilder trying to make the move back and forth, trying to find the perfect line to get through the traffic and move up into that battle in that spec Boxster, but just really nowhere to go with all these. I mean, we're talking 3 wide, 4 wide in certain parts of this racetrack with these cars, and everybody taking different lines. You got some going wide there, some staying tucked in really tight to the apex, some of them trying to get out of the way too because they're a little bit slower, but it does look like now Noah Mazzola is going to be moving up here, Greg, into second place in that spec Boxster, getting around Sean O'Brien, and that is basically because of traffic.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, we've got a great fight now. It's in the midst of all of this traffic here, just coming across the start-finish line. The battle for the lead in SP2. We've got Paul Nito. He's in a white Porsche 944, and then we've got the yellow 944 of Luke Richard coming through. Here they are coming right underneath our camera here. The white with the stripes down the nose, that is Nito in the 104 car. There you go. And pulling up through the S's right behind Luke Richard in the 626 machine here. And, they're fighting for it tooth and nails. They come into the bus stop and they've got all this out of class traffic that they have to contend with. This is where, multi-class racing, when you see it here in PCA, it can help you, it can hurt you, and it can go back and forth as those two racers come out of the bus stop now and try to come underneath Nito. Going down into the outer loop is Luke Richard, and he doesn't look like he can get the nose underneath there, Brian, as they head over down into the chute.
Yeah, I tell you what, they head down to that chute, Greg, and it does look like Luke Richard just trying to figure out where can he allow Neto to make that mistake, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But as you said, they're coming into the cluster that's there, that they're all battling side by side. It's almost where neither one of those drivers want to make that mistake, and they have nowhere to go. So they're really going to rely on hoping those cars get further out of front in the straightaways, because that's where they're going to pull away just a little bit. But yeah, nowhere to go in this battle.
All right, as we watch here a little bit further back in the field, Chris Musante, who is our overall leader, driving the blue 911, the number 16 machine. He is working his final lap with white flag in the air. Brian Charles Mayer in the VGTO class. Again, this isn't a battle in class for the lead, but about 2 seconds back, and then Jared Jacobs currently running about 13 seconds back from our two leaders. And here on, just as the last lap was about to begin, Rob Brantover in his SP3 Porsche 968, he's come down the pit lane. Looks like he's going to come up a lap short, Brian.
Yeah, definitely going to come up that final lap. I want to go back to that SP2 going down into turn number 1 again if we can with that Paul Nitto and Luke Richard. I tell you what, they still have nowhere to go. They are doing everything they can to try to not only stay out of some of the other cars' ways, but they're trying to battle as well as they come out of turn number 2 and start to head up the hill there. You can see Luke Richard going to drop back just a little bit further, and that's because he overran turn number 1 going in, and that opened up the gap just a little bit.
Did he overrun it, or did he have designs on being a NASCAR racer at some point?
I was going to say, I think he decided to think that he was a NASCAR driver coming through there. So
I was going to say he was looked like he was almost at the Seneca Lodge, Brian, and they now come into the bus stop as we've got spec Boxsters side by side, 2 by 2 by 2, and those two racers right in the middle of it now, coming out of the bus stop and going down the outer loop. Here, as our leader now comes across the line, he's no longer our leader. He is our race winner, and his race is run. Congratulations to Chris Musante, who takes the win in VO. Charles Mayer will finish second overall, your winner in VGTO, as we've got a racer here, Brian, off into the tire wall on the outside of the chute, turn number 6. We'll try and get the number on it. I think trying to determine if that is Carl Podol in the 401 car, and I believe it may be the 401.
Yeah, I think it is, Greg, and I think he was mixed up in with that big group when we were talking about that SP2 battle going on. I think he was in there as well, and we've got another car turning off down there in turn number 9 as well. So we'll get that number as guys are trying to come through there. But that's really going to pretty much, Greg, put an end to this SP2. As you can see, Luke Richard really having to drop back because of the yellows now that are in certain parts of this racetrack to get this done.
Indeed. So it looks like he's now had to concede that, although we're not under full course caution. He had a couple corners if he wanted to make the move, but he's dropped far enough back, and I don't think he's going to have the opportunity. He's about 3 car lengths back now from the class leader. All right, as the remainder of our racers come across the line, Brian, let us run down our finishing order. We're going to start off with the VO class, where Chris Musante took the overall win. Jared Jacobs will finish second. Paul Amico finishing in third. Over in VGTO, where Charles Mayer finished second overall in his 1972 911. He takes the win over Donald Jacobs and Jose Roque. Now over to SP1, where Bart Welty takes the win over Thomas Convalina. Mark Walters will finish in third. In 911 Cup, Donald Enger takes the win over Jason Nikic. Lee Lasberg falls back to third. Eugene Basha will finish just off the podium in fourth. Over in SP3, Greg Rochik will take the win over Robert Linder. Mark Webber will finish in third, with Damon DeCastro finishing in fourth. And again, Carl Podol, who was online for a podium, now unfortunately will not finish this first race of the weekend. If we look over at SP2, Paul Nitto, as we were showing you, takes the win over Luke Richard. David Mann will finish in third. And now let's move over to Spec Boxster, where Logan Stanko goes flat green to checker, taking the win, with Sean O'Brien finishing second. Noah Mazzola will finish third. Tamer Albega, he runs his fastest lap, which on the last lap. That's even with the local cautions, Brian. But that also tells you how heavy the traffic was as he was leading that second group in Spec Boxster with Dan Rubel, Ryan Farragut, Hoyt Amadon, John Haas, and Lawson Wilder all behind. So he will finish in fourth position. So that's going to wrap things up for our first of 3 races today as our drivers wave in appreciation of our corner workers here at Watkins Glen, keeping all of them safe. Next up is going to be our yellow sprint race, first of 3 races this weekend. Want to remind everybody that this group here are vintage racers and Spec Boxsters. They will be back racing tomorrow morning, bright and early, 10:30 a.m. You don't want to miss it. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action from Watkins Glen in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WAC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the Clash at the Glen. Here it is Greg Ginsburg. It's Brian Donati. I almost like referring to ourselves in the third person, Brian.
We are. We should be. We are third people.
Exactly. All right. So we're third people. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, it's our second of 3 races today, though, Brian. And see, we're not even the third race yet. Next up, it is the yellow group for Spec 997, ME1, Spec Cayman, a couple of our GTB classes and GT3 classes. And Brian, let's run down the starting order. We had 67 drivers set qualifying times. No way I'm going to get through all those, but I'm going to try. Starting on pole today, driving the number 84 GTD3 class, GT4 RS Club Sport, Jordan Bortolotti. Rami Farid will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 53 machine. And by the way, all of these up until I think 14th position or so are GTD3 class. Kurt Fazekas will start third in the 250 machine, with Kevin Sear starting 4th. He's in the number 194. Nicholas Giguere will start 5th in the 111 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, with Griff Esplund starting 6th in the number 7. Then we've got Al Copeland in the 13 machine, Ryan White in the 501. They start 7th and 8th. Then we've got Chris Dooley starting 9th today. He's in the 751 machine, with Steve Lessman driving the 108 Club Sport. Then we've got Jeff Breton. He's going to start 11th. He's in the 888 car. Billy Johnson will start 12th in the 24 machine. Brett Esplund will start 13th. He's in the 86, with Nicole Robichaux starting 14th in the number 90. Then we've got the outlier. It's Garrett Krieger in a 2019 GT4 Club Sport, not the RS variant, and he is our GT3 class pole sitter. He starts 15th. Starting 16th, we move back to GTD3, and Mark Cook, who's in the number 581 GT4 RS Club Sport. Then we got Rocco Canada, who is in our GTD2 class, and he is in the number 992 machine. Then we got Scott Nees back to GTD3, starting 18th in the number 10, with Angus Rogers, our GTB1 pole sitter, starting 19th in the number 9 Cayman S. BJ Nichols will start 20th in a GTD3 entry. That's the 64 car. Claudio Kemp is our our GT4 pole sitter, and he will start 21st. He's in a 1970 911. Rob Trollinger starts 22nd, back to the GTD3 class in the number 94 Club Sport. And then we've got Eric Liu in GTB1. He's in a 2010 Porsche Cayman. Ken Pryor will start 24th right alongside in the 818 GTB1 996 GT3 Cup car. That's, of course, a 2004 chassis. Then we got Hadley Boss Fisher in GTB1 starting 25th today in a 2010 Cayman S. Keith Fisher, also in a Cayman, also in GTB1, will start 26th. David Wells will start 27th, driving the number 60 GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, with Arthur Soltis, also in GTD2, starting 28th, driving the number 14 machine. And as the lights are out on the pace car, we'll keep scrolling through our starters here, as I don't even know if this is going to be 2x2 coming around the final corner, Brian, as we've got Jordan Bortolotti just got on the gas. Rami Farid trying to stay with him, as the green flag now is in the air, and they are making the run down towards turn number 1. Fazekas and Sear behind, and almost 4 wide now, with Giguere and Esplund all fighting it out for positions here in GTD3.
That seemed like a staggered start, Greg, not a side-by-side start. That was, Bortolotti coming out pit.
It was an iRacing start is what it was.
Absolutely. iRacing probably would have been a little closer.
All right, let's move back over to the start stand here, Brian, as our second group of racers now get underway. And green flag is in the air a little bit further back in the field here as they make the run down towards turn 1.
Tell you what, going side by side, Claudio Kemp right there, along with, I believe that is Garrett Krieger in there. We got one car really, really slow coming through there, getting a little wide out of turn number 1. But I tell you what, Krieger's going to move ahead of Claudio Kemp, but they were definitely side by side going down into turn 1, Greg. Tell you what, that was the best start out of the whole group so far.
All right, and we may have some in-car video here this session, Brian. Andy Murphy driving the number 47 Spec Cayman here. We'll try and track him down. It's going to be easy to track down. He's the only black car there. As we've got a car, Brian, that had some problems over in the S's and has pulled trackside. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Driver's right. We'll try to get the number on that machine here. He's not going anywhere. Let's jump back to the action, and we'll try and get the numbers. Our overall leaders now, Bortolotti, Rami Farid, Kevin Sear, and also Nicholas Giger. They're coming out of the final corners right now to complete lap number 1. And Bortolotti may not be going as fast as he was coming out of the final corner to start the race, Brian.
Well, I tell you what, you say that, Greg, and what was really kind of ironic there is that when he got to the start-finish line to take the green, he actually got on the brakes.
Did he check up?
I don't think he would. Yeah, he did. He checked up. That allowed Farid to get right next to him. And now, since then, he's obviously gone up. Remember, they're going to come up the hill there when we get into the S's. That was the car that was slow going out of turn number 1 on the opening lap right there, just not able to get it. So we're going to see they're going to come up on that car right there.
Yeah,
so
he's gone, Brian.
Looks like he's actually moved.
Well, he rolled backwards.
He rolled back down the hill.
Towards the cutout in the fencing over there. Yeah. So so we'll see. Hopefully that'll allow us to stay green here and won't bring out the full course caution as our second group now is starting to come through. We've got some of our GTB1 cars, and I think that might be, I think I got the number on it. I think it's Matcha Tunewitz in the number 29 machine that is over there, the yellow and gray Cayman. And that's one of our GTB1 cars, as he has not been able to complete that first lap. And is that, I don't know if that's, yeah, it looks like just one of our drivers decided they couldn't make the bus stop there and get the car slowed down, Brian.
Marche had a problem in qualifying, Greg, where after the first lap came down on the pit road, potentially had some overheating problems from what I understand. So that probably, or something to that factor, that probably did the same thing here, if that is the 29 there.
All right, so now that first group coming out of turn 10, and it's Bortolotti, Rami Farid, Kevin Sear, and then a little bit of a gap. Now a little bit further back to Nicholas Giger and Griff Esplund now as they head onto the front straight. But great run so far here in GTD3 as Farid makes up a little bit of ground on our leader Bortolotti. Runs the fastest lap of the race course. We've only got 2 laps in, Brian. Lots of time here, but we were talking this morning in qualifying that watching drivers get into the 55s and 56s. Farid now into a high 56, and I'm sure as he goes to continue and try to catch up the Bortolotti, that's only going to get faster. All right, and we are getting word from race control, Brian, that the car sitting down the hill there, they're happy with where it is, and it looks like we're going to be able to continue this race clean and green. There'll still be that local caution coming up through the S's for another lap or 2, but I'm sure once all of our racers have seen it, that will be withdrawn as well.
Well, I can tell you what, it's definitely not Marche Tunewitz because that driver is on pit lane. I can see it here out the window. So that is not the driver that is down there at the bottom of the hill as we thought.
I think I've got it knocked down. Daniel Krantz in the GTB1 Cayman, the white Cayman, the number 08 machine. Did not complete the first lap, and the only other drivers that we know were problems. Brent Esplund in the number 86 GTD3 car. Looks like he was not able to complete the first lap either, and came onto the pit lane. So looks like we're there, and Esplund now has just rejoined the field. So yeah, it looks like the mystery has been solved. And Daniel Krantz, unfortunately for him, not a real great viewing spot from there. You can't see much. You can't see much coming out of turn 2 and up the S's. Yeah, you can kind of catch them as they roll past you up the hill, but Yeah, you could find much better places at Watkins Glen to spectate from.
Well, but you know what, Greg? The good thing is there's a speaker over there, so he can hear us. I'm sure. For part of that.
Sure, I'm sure. And Brian, as you know, all of our racers, or most of our racers, send us some biographical information prior to the race weekend, and. First off, I want to mention that he wanted to bring that Dan Krantz wanted to bring attention to first responders and military service members who they are supporting. That this year their livery was designed to honor the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and of course they're encouraging people to donate to Tunnel to Towers as we go on board right now with Andy Murphy, before we move on, I found it very interesting that when we ask racers to tell us what their racing accomplishments are, Dan Krantz just said getting here, which unfortunately, if this weekend, that might be his biggest accomplishment because he didn't get to complete a single lap. As indeed we go on board with Andy Murphy here in the number 47 Spec Cayman, and let's see where he is right now in relation. Well, he's your leader in Spec Cayman at the moment, and I think he had a bit of a challenge there from Dan Ross in the silver 410 machine, but for the moment, Andy Murphy, he's got the field, and we expected a much larger field. We had 8 drivers set qualifying times, Brian, in Spec Cayman. Only Murphy, Ross, Jason Knupp, and Ian Rogensky took the green flag, and I think a lot of that we were discussing off air, and it may be a question of whether or not this is considered a points race for the Spec Caymans or not. So I would suspect that we're going to see many more drivers tomorrow morning for our blue group's first race of the day, or probably our yellow group's first race of the day. They are going to be out tomorrow morning at 11:10 a.m. That's going to be their second of 3 races all weekend long.
Yeah, this race here is a non-points race, so a lot of these drivers, while they did go out and go to qualifying, they're not going to participate in this race here for obvious reasons. And so, again, better to save the car, get the points for the 2 races that you have to worry about tomorrow. Yep.
Everything that's involved here. And we are getting word that Griffiths Blund in the number 86 machine just came down the pit lane once again.
He never even really took the green flag, Greg. So the minute they rolled off of the grid where everybody came out onto the racetrack, he went directly to his pit, to his crew. And when the green flag came out, he was still on the pit lane and then went out, I guess, and tried to do the lap. Wasn't able to fix what they had a problem with, and now has made that right-hand turn to go back out.
Yeah, so he's going to complete his first lap by going down the pit lane, and it looks like his race now is done. All right, let's check in here. We'll see if we can pick up, and I know trying to pick out for our director, Dustin, to pick out a black and a red Boxster is going to be awfully difficult. But I wanted to check in with the G-Class where Michael Gershon in the red 87 machine has had a very difficult run of it so far, with Jordan Simon in the red number 54. And he's got Doug Crossman in the gray number 92 along with him as well. And we'll see if we can pick them out. Actually, that isn't them there, I don't believe. Actually, I think no, that's not them. We'll try and pick them out. But so far, those 3 racers separated by all of 1 second. They've really separated themselves out, though, from David Nissenbaum and Breon Charters. As we've got a car off at the 90, Brian. We'll try and get the number of that car in just a moment, as I'm also hearing word that there may have been a couple racers getting together at the very final corner, turn 11. We see the local caution there, and it sounds like one driver attempting a pass on another, and they are on the front straight just past the corner.
Yeah, Can't see anything up there where somebody maybe off. Obviously, you got the bridge there, so it's kind of hard to pick out where they may be and through that. So not be able to.
What
well,
we'll do,
you can see at the top of the corner there. Yeah, the very top of the corner looks like it's definitely off to the left hand side,
so
and that opens up a little bit. So
we'll jump on board with Andy Murphy in just a few moments, and when he comes through, we'll let you know here. Of course, this race presented by Michelin and by Mantis is here we go. Andy Murphy coming out of turn 9, and we'll follow him as he is still your leader in Spec Boxster. Pardon me, Spec Cayman, not Spec Boxster. My apologies. And so let's take a look now as he comes under braking going into the final corner. There is the local caution, and there is one car still up against the wall, and that's in a very bad spot, Brian. So we'll continue to watch. This may bring out a local caution here as we are 12 minutes into this race.
Sorry, Greg. It may end up bringing out a full course caution because it looks like there's contact there with that wall. And I can tell you one thing is that Jordan Bortolotti is on pit lane.
Oh, my.
So there is a problem there, and I'm wondering if that was the car that was spun around.
Well, we'll see, because we should check and see, because, again, we got word that there might have been contact between two cars. Kevin Sear is now showing as your leader in GTD 3. And so besides Bortolotti, of course, now falling back and on the pit lane, I'm looking to see who else we may be missing here. And I'm looking to see where Fazekas may be. Yeah, I think the other driver involved might be Kurt Fazekas in the number 250.
Yeah. Tell you what, the car that going back a lap, Greg, you talked about the car that really went wide in turn number 1. That was actually the 90 machine. That was Nicole Robichaux that went down through there. Bortolotti has now made that pit lane, and Greg, it does look like we are going to go to a full course caution. I see the flag stand now with the double yellow, along with the safety car getting ready to go out. So,
all right, as we did get word now, of course, that the number 90 machine, not of course, but the number 90 car has come down the pit lane as well. Good time to do it under a full course caution, although even with sprint races, probably not the best sign. But let's do this, Brian. Since we are under full course caution, it's going to take a few moments to get that car cleared out from the final corner. Why don't we take our break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2026 Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the PCA. Stay with us.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Josh Ashby, and it is the 2026 Clash at the Glen, and it is also a full course caution here. Brian, we had a couple cars that had some issues here just before we went to break. Let's go down and we'll reset the field because we've had a lot of changes, especially in that tough and hard-fought GTD3 class where Kevin Sear is your leader in the white and orange number 194 machine. As he started in fourth position today, he's now worked his way up to the lead after having been as far back as fifth. Early on, Rami Farid, second. Nicholas Jaguar, third. Griff Esplund, fourth in the 07 machine. Al Copeland is fifth in the class. And the GTD3 drivers, they go all the way down to, I think, 12th in the field. Let's look at some of our other classes where Jordan Simon leads Michael Gershon in the G class. And again, hopefully that's a race we'll be able to pick up when we go back to green, the red Boxster and the black Boxster. Over in GTD2, Rocco Canada and Arthur Soltis. And Canada is a number of cars up the road, even under full course caution. He's showing his 12 seconds up from Soltis currently. Over in GT3, only two drivers taking the green today out of five who qualified, Garrett Krieger and Bernard Lachance, and they are separated by about 20 seconds currently. Over in GTB1, we had 11 of our 17 drivers take the green. Eric Liu is your leader. Hadley Boss Fisher, second. Franklin Prey, third fastest. Keith Fisher currently in fourth. Over in ME1, Frank Osborne and Chris Fahey, your top two. Gene Raimondi did not take the green. Over in, let's move over finally to Spec Cayman, where Ian Rogensky has taken the lead from the last time we checked in. Andrew Murphy was your leader, and he is showing as being considerably further back right now. Rogensky, your leader. Dan Ross, second. Jason Knupp. And then Andy Murphy showing as being in fourth place. And when they crossed the line before, he was showing almost 40 seconds back from Jason Knupp. And I'm wondering if something happened there and maybe just got caught out because of when the pace car picked up the front of the field. But we'll see.
Sorry, Greg, there was a handful of cars that came down pit road shortly there when we went to the full course caution. They made a beeline down for pit road, came to the aid of their crews and then sent back out. I believe Andy, he may have been one of
Andy
them.
Murphy, yeah, possibly.
There was a few cars that made the right-hand turn and went back to the paddock. Again, this is a non-points race, so not really wanting to put yourself in jeopardy there at that point to be able to do that. So, again, we'll have to see on track when we go back green, but I don't recall him going back up into the paddock, but it may have been. So we'll have to see.
All right, so we are still under full course caution. We'll check in. Hey, Brian, take a look out the window. How are things progressing over at turn 11?
So the car has been moved and the track is clear at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't, go back green here real quick. Again, we saw at the opening of this start, where we had Jason Bortolotti kind of running. Obviously, his day is done in this early part of the race. So we'll have to see if Kevin Sear is going to hold it, whether or not they're going to go green here. It doesn't look like they are. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, with the lights still on the pace car. Here, Brian, typically at Watkins Glen, they're going to extinguish those lights coming out of the heel out of turn 8 and coming up that hill. So looks like we're going to do at least one more lap under caution here. Why don't we take a look at what we've got coming up? And why don't we take a quick look at what we've got coming up over the next 2 days, Brian?
Greg, let me
look
jump
at
in
this.
Here real quick.
Lights are out on the pace car. Yeah, so you still see the flashing of the lights on the bumpers. That's because of the LEDs and frame rates and all that. But the big yellow lights on the roof, they are out. We're going to go back to racing here as one of our drivers is going to bring his car, looks like maybe down the pit lane and not retake the green. But there you go. Pace car on the pit lane. And we are 4 wide, Brian, as we make the run down towards turn 1 for the battle for the lead in GTD3. Kevin Sear, he's going to hold off Rami Farid, who has a heck of a challenge going into turn 1, but they are still door to door as they come up through the S's right back behind. We've got Griffiths Blund in the 07 machine, and now jumping to the lead, I believe that is Rami Farid, your new leader, both overall and in GTD3.
I tell you what, Griffiths Plunge got a great restart on that as they came by the start-finish line and through turn 1, Greg. But I think you're right. I think the leader now is going to be Rami Farid is going to get in front of Kevin Sear, and now Sear's going to have to really, really defend against Griffiths Plunge. And not only that, he's going to have to defend against Nicholas Guerre as well in that 111 machine. So again, this battle is really for second place, as it seems like Rami Farid now is opening that up over Kevin Sear.
Yeah, indeed. As he now goes through, Brian, and a little bit of a gap now back to Nicholas Jaguar and Al Copeland behind, but great restart there. We'll check in with a couple. And now as Kevin Sear looks like he's under attack from Griffiths Blund as they come through the sole of the boot down into turn 8, and Rami Farid now, or probably Kevin Sear now, Brian, dropping back to 3rd place in the course of 2/3 of a lap.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, that could be a product of, again, non-points race, and when the tires get cold, because we went almost a lap and a half, almost 2 laps underneath that. Don't think that he got them warm enough, even though there was some laps in there and some heat in there. And it could be that he could be taking it easy right now.
All right, well, maybe not the best time to take it easy, Brian, because as our GTD3 leaders come onto the front straight, believe they're going to see
that's
the checkered flag. There you go. This race is over, and taking the win in GTD3 is going to be Rami Farid. Griffiths Blund will finish 2nd. Kevin Sear will finish 3rd. Don't tell these racers here coming out of turn 9 here, because time is running out for them a little bit further down the line. Let's take a look. Good battle here. I think that was Tony Clinton and Peter Chung in GTB1. And as they come onto the front straight, Eric Liu is going to take the win in GTB1 with Hadley Boss Fisher finishing 2nd, only a 1/4 of a second back. Franklin Prey will finish 3rd. Mike Beers will finish just off the podium in 4th. Over in GT3, Garrett Krieger will take the win over Bernard Lachance. In GTD2, Those racers, I believe, Brian, have now crossed the line. Rocco Canada will take the win over Arthur Soltis. Dennis LaRue will finish in third. Over in the G class, and wow, this one was close. And I wish we were able to catch the end of this one. Michael Gershon taking the win over Jordan Simon in the G class by 22 one-thousandths of a second. Doug Crossman will finish third. Dave Nissenbaum will finish just off the podium in fourth. Let's see. Who am I missing? I'm missing a lot of folks here. In ME1, Frank Osborne will take the win over Christopher Fahey. And in Spec Cayman, as they came to the line, Ian Rajensky taking the win over Dan Ross, with Jason Knupp finishing in third, 3 laps down. And it sounds like both Knupp and Murphy didn't, when they pitted in, they never went back out on track, Brian, and they did not see the checkered, so they'll finish 3 laps down. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our second of 3 races today. Again, this group will be on track bright and early, not as bright, not as early, tomorrow morning at 11:10 a.m. But next up, it's the big boys, our red group, including the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama Racers here at Watkins Glen International. And we'll be right back. Come PCA Club Racing at Golden Gate Region's Kahuna at Laguna with host POC. This event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be held July 31st to August 2nd, and there'll be practice and qualifying on Friday with 3 sprint races held over Saturday and Sunday. PCA Club Racing license candidates are welcome. In addition to racing, there'll be a license school, which will include the practice and qualifying sessions, which are required for all rookie license candidates. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the West Coast Series, as well as the PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Sign up today at clubregistration.net.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
At Daniel Jacobs Garage, they're passionate about servicing European car brands like Porsche. They combine dealership-level expertise and precision with the friendly, personalized service and competitive pricing of a local independent garage. Whether you drive a 911, Cayenne, or any other Porsche, their skilled technicians are dedicated to keeping your vehicle performing at its best while providing a welcoming, hassle-free experience right in Southbury, Connecticut. To keep your vehicle running smoothly and reliably, trust Daniel Jacobs Garage for expert Porsche service that delivers both quality and value without the dealership wait or cost. Visit their website today at danieljacobsct.com.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen in the 2026 Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Josh Ashby. And next up, it's our red group, our big boys. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 91 GTA 4 Class 2023 Cup car, it's Rene Robichaux. Starting right alongside Bob Mueller in the number 28 GTA 3 2017 Cup car. Then we've got Bella Stanko Jr. starting third, driving the number 22 car. He is your pole sitter in the GTC 8 class in a 2021 992 Cup car. Topher Everett will start on the outside of row number 2 in the number 38 GTC 8 machine. And then we've got Earl Tucker, the fourth, starting fifth, in the number 241 GTC 8 car. Our STG pole sitter, Sprint Trophy G pole sitter is Joel Johnson, driving the number 227 992.1 Cup car. Then we've got Musafar Ghafarov, who will start seventh in the 288 992.1 Cup car, also in the STG class, as is Griffin Fuji, starting eighth in the 270 machine. Gianluca Petiti will start ninth in the number 844 GTC 8 class car. That is a 992.1 Cup car, and he'll start right alongside Kevin Roush in the number 960 GTA 2 class 2005 997 chassis Cup car. Then we got Eric Benedict starting 11th. He's in the STG class. He is driving the number 211 machine, and he'll start alongside Colin Mazzola, who is racing in GTC 8 today. Colin is in a 2021 Cup car. That's the number 251. Then we got Joseph Viola in GTC 8 today, starting lucky 13th. He's in the number 262 car, and he'll start right alongside Michael Levitas, who's in the number 236 STG class 992.1 Cup car, starting 14th. Starting 15th is Russell Farhang, also an STG, driving the 212 machine, as is David Williams, starting 16th in the 237 STG class Cup car. Then we've got Cliff Kayer, who is our GTA 4 pole sitter. Cliff's in a 2023 Cup car. That's the number 88 machine. He'll start alongside our GTC 7 pole sitter, Robert Wyson, who starts 18th in the number 27 2019 Cup car. Then we've got Rick Stafford in GTA 4. Rick is driving the 999 car and starts alongside Darren Fenns in STG, driving the 233 car. Then we got Jeff Smith. Jeff is in the number 924 GT6 class 2016 Cup car, starting alongside Shannon Hereford. Shannon is in the number 514 GTA 3 class 2015 Cup car. Then we got Ann Doherty. She's in the number 40 GTC 7 Cup, 991.2 Cup car, and Ann is going to start right alongside Kevin O'Connell, driving the number 59 GTA 4 2020 GT3R Cup car. Then we got Price Ford starting 27th. Price is in the number 12 GTC 8 class car with Connor Hare in the 182 STC Cayman GT4RS Club Sport. Connor is our pole sitter in the class. Then we got Wayne DeCote starting 29th in GTA 4, and Matthias Schaub starting 30th in the 49 GTC 7 2018 Cup car. As the lights are out on the pace car, pace car's headed to the pit lane, turning things over to our front row, scheduled to be Rene Robichaux and Bob Mueller as they come onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Watkins Glen as we spread out 2 wide at the front, 4 wide, battling it out for fourth now as they come down into turn 1. It's Bob Mueller and Bella Stanko as Rene Robichaux did not take the green.
Tell you what, Bob Mueller, Bella Stanko going side by side, as you said, Greg. Now it looks like Bob Mueller's going to open it up. Got the lights on for safety, Mr. Mueller does, so he's going to lead the way there up through the S's. And I tell you what, there was a couple cars just a little bit further back when you were talking about going 4 wide. They looked like they were shot out of a cannon, Greg, because they got one heck of a start, or somebody may not have gotten the start that they wanted to, which Noah bottlenecked all that up.
Well, you know, Josh was telling us how they used to fire a cannon off here to send cars off the grid. Maybe we've returned to that, and nobody told the Porsche drivers.
Yeah, some of them did. They got shot out of the cannon. I believe it was Joel Johnson may have gotten that start in that 227. As we have seen over the last year and a half, Joel Johnson always gets a great start to the race. It's when he starts to back up a little bit more as the race goes on in certain
once you get past the start
tracks. Yeah, once you get past that start first, that thing. So.
All right. Well, we'll track Joel. Joel is currently your leader in the STG class. He was your pole sitter in Sprint Trophy PCA, and we'll see how he holds up. He is in that multicolored 992 machine. Actually, they're all multicolored up at the front, so that doesn't really say much. But we'll pick them out here for you in just a few moments, as we've got a number of drivers, including Kevin Roush and Musafar Ghafarov behind Joel Johnson, trying to pick up positions here as they came out of turn 9, and I think they've got I think that's Earl Tucker may have lost a couple positions there on the start. Indeed he did, as Joel Johnson gets around Earl Tucker. Tucker drops back to 4th, Ghafarov, then Kevin Roush, Colin Mazzola, and Gianluca Petiti there as they all come through what is known as the 90. And look at this now, door to door, Brian, heading up the hill, as I think that's Mazzola taking a look to the inside on Kevin Roush.
Yeah, I tell you what, going to go side by side through there, battling back, and a little bit further back, Greg, you can see that as well. Some drivers just not getting through turn number 1 early on in this event this weekend, and they're really struggling to get through there. And I don't know if it's because they are still trying to overdrive turn number 1, get down in there, but a lot of cars seem to be taking a lot of evasive action against some of them when they're trying to make those passes.
All right, well, Brian, it's a good thing I only read down the top 30 drivers on the grid here to start this race, as we have a number of drivers, again, because this is a non-points race, that have decided to keep the car back in the paddock. We'll see them tomorrow morning, I'm sure, when this group goes out for their second race of the weekend. Actually, not tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. We had 35 drivers take the green flag out of 50 that qualified for this race. So 15 drivers making an early run to the Seneca Lodge for their prime rib or pork chops here tonight.
Yeah, well, they want to get in there and get that. They don't have to make that reservation, getting up there early. Unfortunately, Doug Lawson in the 121 sitting down on pit road. I did see a crew climb in the passenger side of that car. But that crew member, he's gotten out back over the wall, but Doug Lawson still sitting down there on pit road. So unfortunately, only getting 1 lap in this race.
Yeah, and he was only one of 2 in the Sprint Trophy Cayman class in his GT4 RS Club Sport. That's going to pretty much leave Peter Havestad as your default race winner. He's out of Devon, Pennsylvania, making the drive north, an investment management person here, and he was took the OG Rookie Award at the 2025 Sebring PCA race, and believe he came in second in Sprint Trophy. I'll have to go back and double check, but I think he came in second in Sprint Trophy at Sebring this year as well.
Yeah, some of these cars here getting a little spread out here, which is something we haven't seen all day long. And again, with only 35 cars out here for this race here, again, non-points race, you've got a lot of give and take going on. As now we're going to go 2 wide, a little bit further back. The driver taking the very far outside line there, coming down the hill, getting ready to go into the laces of the boot there. Not a line you want to take. Thought better of it, got back in line. Yeah, that's not a line you want to take. Thought better of it, got back in line.
All right, and just to follow up, Havestad finished second both at Sebring as well as the race just a few weeks ago at Lime Rock Park. Currently sits second in the championship to Connor Hare. All right, as we taking a quick look down to the inside there in one of our Cayman Club Sports, try and track down, I think that might have been, oh my, no, I'll try and pick out the number. They're usually, Brian, all the Caymans are white. This weekend they seem to
They're
all be
all
red.
red.
Yeah,
Well,
so we'll.
I believe that was the
We'll get the
battle
number.
there with the 218. That's that's Mark Poling a little
Mark
bit
Poling, yeah.
further back, but that's that's in that SDG class. I believe that was him, Darren Fens, in that number 233. They were kind of going
Okay.
side by side, a little bit further back, again in the class, but a great battle nonetheless coming through there.
All right, I'm trying to check here. We'll try and check in STG. So Johnson, Gafarov and Johnson and Gafarov have pretty much separated themselves out from the rest of the STG Sprint Trophy class for our Cup cars. But David Williams has a hell of a fight on his hands. Williams is in the first the white Cup car, the 237. He's got Michael Avitas in the silver machine, Eric Benedict and Matthew Siegel along with them, and those four racers separated by about 1 second. I think this might be them coming out of the chute right now down the hill. Indeed it is. So this is David Williams in the white 237 with Levitas, Benedict, and Siegel along for the ride.
Yeah, they come up out of the hill there, Greg, and I tell you what, it's going to come down to the end, and it does look like Michael Levitas may look like he's going to try to go side by side. That was one heck of a move trying to get through there. I don't think he got it done. I think he aborted it in that pass and was able to get back in behind there. But nonetheless, that is a battle going, and I'm going to look out the window when they come back by. But that is a battle that is definitely going to come down to the end with about 15 and a half minutes left to go.
All right, and of course, this race shortened a little bit, Brian, as we've got one driver coming down the pit lane. There, we are under some restrictions at Watkins Glen that we need to have all racing completed by 5 p.m. And so this race has been shortened just a bit here as they now go and complete lap number 4. Pardon me, up at the front of the field. Bob Mueller has opened up about 2.5 seconds now on Bella Stanko.
Yeah, a couple of drivers here, and I think you were just mentioning it. We got a couple drivers that are kind of calling it early here.
Yeah.
Knowing that they need to save that car for the weekend, especially going 2 races tomorrow.
Well, it doesn't look like in STG anybody's saving anything there, at least in the mid pack. As I think that might have been Eric Benedict going door to door, going through the bus stop there with Derek Fens and actually Fens is a little bit further back, but I think Michael Levitas there as well. So great fighting here in STG. Again, a reminder that this race group, they will be on track for their second of 3 sprint races tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. And they'll also race a little bit later in the day. But if you like what you're seeing here today, you don't want to miss the rest of the weekend. We're going to be back with you bright and early tomorrow morning. First race, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll have 6 Porsche Club of America sprint races on the docket for you. And then, of course, we come back on Sunday as well. We've got 2 great endurance races starting at 9:20 a.m.
Yeah, I tell you what, the enduros that we're going to talk about, Greg, on Sunday, last year here, fantastic racing all the way across the board. And a lot of these drivers here, you're definitely going to see them, and you're going to see driver changes and things like that. So the enduro is definitely something you want to be a part of and be able to watch.
Indeed. All right, well, Brian, why don't we do this, because we're not sure, because we aren't coming up on that witching hour of 5 o'clock. We're not sure when this race is going to end, but I want us to get in our break course. This race in particular brought to you by both Demon Speed and Dan Jacobs. I want to thank them for all of their support of the Clash at the Glen, but we have a lot of other sponsors to thank as well. So we'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. Don't go away.
each customer as they wish to be and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Clash at the Glen. And wow, we had it right there. This is the first time we've ever done a replay during an ad break. I think that was great. Want to thank our director Dustin Ollis for that there as we watched Matthew Siegel in the silver 267 machine have his challenges at the inner loop, and we'll see now as the field is coming through and onto the front straight if it really affected him. It looks like he's going to hold on to third place in that battle. But David Williams and Michael Levitas now have closed up within about 6 car lengths. Now here they go coming up the hill, Brian, as we think, this race is winding down, and there is all to gain here for that last step on the podium. As we've got Williams, Levitas, Benedict, and Darren Fence there as well, all in a row, and they've lost some ground now to Siegel. Siegel's been able to open things back up, much to his credit, and I think a lot of it is because the 4 cars behind them now, maybe they didn't realize that they might be fighting for a podium instead of fighting for themselves.
Well, I think a little bit of contact probably right in there as well, a little bit further, and that is Matthew Siegel as well, probably getting off the drivers right there coming out of that turn. They're going to go side by side up the hill. But yeah, you're right, Greg. David Williams, Michael Levitas, and Eric Benedict. I'll tell you what, they're trying to fight to whether or not Matthew Siegel is going to have a problem or not at the end of this race. After having that, it shortened down to about a second, but he's now since opened that back up. So
yeah, and that was Gianluca Patiti, who's running second in probably fourth in GTC 8. That was right there with Matthew Siegel. Patiti didn't give him much quarter coming through the toe of the boot. Realized that wasn't his fight to fight, and Siegel gets through, but. Basically, we'll just call it. We'll call it issue averted there for Matthew Siegel, as he's now been able to separate out from 4th through 7th, and looks like he might be able to hold things off here, as we're getting word now that the 77 machine, that's Steve Parker in the GT1 class 1979 911, just had a bit of a moment over in the bus stop, Brian. He's managed to get that car back underway. However, he was running very, very close to Michael Stotch in the number 1 machine, who I believe was your leader in the class, but Parker now falling quite a bit further behind.
Yeah, these tires are starting to go away a little bit, and I know, again, 30 minutes and some of these, since it's not, and we've got a great battle here going in through the bus stop. I tell you what, that was as close to an incident, Greg, as I think that you could have had a full-on incident, as these drivers here are really pushing it to the limit here in this very first race. And for a moment, I thought that they were all three going to go not only side by side through the bus stop, but then maybe going, pretty much nose to tail through that bus stop.
All right, as these racers now make their way down into the heel of the boot, and I'll tell you that gave David Williams, I think, probably like 5 or 6 car lengths as they came out of the bus stop, Brian, and all the way through this entire sequence. And they're starting to pull back up to him now, but he was probably sitting pretty for quite a little bit here, as we're now showing about 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and we're waiting to hear when we may get the white flag, but these racers still racing as if they've got a couple go, and yeah, there we go. 1 lap to go this next time by, Brian, is we see another car onto the pit lane. That is the 217 car that has now decided to call it an afternoon.
That's actually 219.
219,
that is actually Mark Poling in the 219. So.
Got it.
Pull down. We'll see whether or not he goes back out to finish this one last lap. Looked like the crew came in. We got one car that's parked at the bus stop, waiting for the children to come home to get off the bus. I thought school was out, so parking at the bus stop is not good.
It's a little bit later up in upstate New York. And I'm looking here. Looks like a 996 chassis car. That may be Joe Doria. That was there leading GTC 3, and we'll have to see here, Brian. He started our 9th lap with about a 24-second advantage over John Bauer, but for the amount of time that Doria was sitting there waiting for some open track to continue, he may have actually gone and lost the lead in GTC 3.
Yep. Tell you what, Bob Mueller now working his final lap here with 1 to go. So this battle that we've been kind of watching here with David Williams, Michael Levitas, and Eric Benedict, I tell you what, Greg, that's not going away.
No.
It's definitely continued to pick up. Even when we had that somewhat of that little incident there going through the bus stop 2 laps prior, still going to come down to the very end. These drivers giving it everything they have. Because this will be the last time when they come by, they're going to have 1 full complete lap to get this sorted out.
All right, there we go. Last lap. That is the battle for 4th right now in Sprint Trophy, in Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama. As we watch there, Bob Mueller was continuing to hold his advantage over our 2nd place runner, Bella Stanko. Of course, that is not for a battle in class. Stanko is leading the GTC 8 field, and he's got Joel Johnson right behind there. There's Bob Mueller coming through turn 8 now.
Yeah.
Stanko about 4 seconds back. They're running in 2nd with Joel Johnson, then Earl Tucker. Tucker running 2nd in GTC 8.
Tell you what, Greg, real quick, I was going to say Earl Tucker, pretty dominant there in this whole entire class at Lime Rock, a little bit further back. So I'm sure by tomorrow, this is what happened at Lime Rock as well, as the checkered flag has now come out for Bob Mueller, who will pick up the overall win in that GTA 3 class, Greg, and win his fastest lap of the race on lap number 11 with that 148.617. So
yeah, indeed. I mean, that is just absolutely flying. We were talking about drivers before, in the prior group that were getting down into the 155 range and thereabouts, but Bob Mueller at a 148.617 fastest lap on the final lap stretches out that advantage over Stanko to 6.5 seconds. Stanko will take the win in GTC 8 while Mueller wins GTA 3. Joel Johnson will take the win in Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA in the STG class. That's for the 992.1 and 991.2 Cup cars. Earl Tucker will finish 2nd in GTC 8. He'll finish 4th overall. Your winner in GTA 2 is Kevin Roush. And let's start looking, and we'll try and break down some of these other classes for you here. So in GTC 8, Stanko, Tucker, Colin Massola will finish third, with Gianluca Petiti finishing fourth. In GTC 3, Joe Doria does manage to hold on and take the win over John Bauer, even with his challenges over at the bus stop with 2 laps to go. In STG, it's Joel Johnson, Gufarov, Siegel, and then David Williams will hold out over Michael Avidas there for fourth. In GTC 7, Ann Doherty coming across the line. There is the black and yellow machine. Ann Doherty will take the win. Thad Berger will finish second. Matthias Schaub, only 7/10 back, will take the bronze, will finish third in the class. Over in GTC 6, Kerry Brown will take the win over Brian Weathered. In Sprint Trophy for the GT4 RS Club Sports, Kerry Brown will take the win over Brian Weathered. Pardon me. Let me restate that. Peter Havestad will take the win over Doug Lawson. Of course, Lawson had retired 5 laps early. Cliff Kayer will take the win in GTA 4 over Chapman Ducote and Kevin O'Donnell. And then finally in GT1, Michael Stotch will take the win over Steve Parker. So good first day of racing here, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, great racing. Can't wait to come back here in the morning to pick up, all of these groups again. Again, half these drivers didn't go out today that we saw in these last 2 groups because of the non-points race. This is going to really add some fantastic racing this weekend.
All right. Well, like Brian said, we're going to be back tomorrow morning. First of 6 races tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. A full day of racing for you here at Watkins Glen International. So for Brian Donati, for Josh Ashby behind the scenes, for our director, Dustin Allison, of course, our producer from Driver's Eye Live, Brendan Kazmarek, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Come PCA Club Racing at Golden Gate Region's Kahuna at Laguna with host POC. This event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be held July 31st to August 2nd, and they'll be practice and qualifying on Friday with 3 sprint races held over Saturday and Sunday. PCA Club Racing license candidates are welcome. In addition to racing, there'll be a license school, which will include the practice and qualifying sessions, which are required for all rookie license candidates. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the West Coast Series, as well as the PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Sign up today at clubregistration.net.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000-square-foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
At Daniel Jacobs Garage, they're passionate about servicing European car brands like Porsche. They combine dealership-level expertise and precision with the friendly, personalized service and competitive pricing of a local independent garage. Whether you drive a 911, Cayenne, or any other Porsche, their skilled technicians are dedicated to keeping your vehicle performing at its best while providing a welcoming, hassle-free experience right in Southbury, Connecticut. To keep your vehicle running smoothly and reliably, trust Daniel Jacobs Garage for expert Porsche service that delivers both quality and value without the dealership wait or cost. Visit their website today at danieljacobsct.com.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components, a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th Annual Club Race and 60th Driver Education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday, Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family, plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina. Shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer-proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche, from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.